We are on the record for hearings and matters listed in the North Dakota Industrial Commission hearing docket for June 12th. I'm David Garner, hearing examiner for these hearings. We are at the hearing room for the Department of Mineral Resources Oil and Gas Division, and it is 9:08 a.m. We will resume our hearings for case numbers 30869 through 30880. I notice new counsel appeared at the table, so I'll give everyone an opportunity for all interested parties to please come forward again.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. I'll introduce Tom. He doesn't need any introduction, but with us today is Tom Throne. He's going to be assisting with Summit in this application.
Okay.
Derek Rottenbrant Law Firm on behalf of the landowner interveners. With me is my paralegal Desiree Zast and client Kurt Swenson at the table.
I apologize. I thought you were just looking for an introduction of the new counsel. Do you want me to make another appearance? Or?
No, that's fine.
Okay.
That's fine. Just quick note. So we're going to resume with the cross-examination of the two witnesses that were being crossed by Mr. Broughton yesterday. Change, though. We're going to then, at that point in time, allow Summit to call its remaining witnesses, give the commission a chance to respond to them or question them, and then you'll have the remainder of the time to cross-examine those witnesses.
Okay. And, Your Honor, I don't want to be difficult or take up time. I just want to put on the record that I do object to that process.
Okay.
6:30.
Oh, I'm sorry. And we're going to have a deadline today again of 6:30 p.m. And if we are not done, we will be back here tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Okay, with that, I think we can proceed. Yeah, they're still under oath.
I wasn't going to ask this, but since it came up, do you understand that you're still under oath?
I do.
Okay. We were discussing the CO2 Plume model yesterday, and I want to start by just asking if you have an understanding within the regulatory framework for Class 6 wells why a Plume model is constructed.
I do.
And what is that understanding?
So under the North Dakota UIC Class 6 regulations, a geologic model is constructed to help define the horizontal and vertical boundaries of a storage reservoir.
For what purpose or reason?
The purpose of this is to define the boundaries of the storage reservoir, in this case, which would be the storage facility, which the regulations require pore space owners within that storage facility to be equitably compensated. Also, the modeling and simulation is constructed to help delineate the area of review, which is also a requirement of the statutes to delineate the area of review.
And the delineation of the area of review is also the primary requirement or reason for creating that model under the Safe Drinking Water Act?
So we're talking about two sets of regulations here. So in North Dakota UIC Class 6 regulations, as I mentioned, the modeling is a tool to determine the AOR in the storage facility area. The Safe Water Drinking Act, under that, I believe the EPA has its own set of UIC Class 6 rules, which the North Dakota UIC Class 6 rules are based on and more stringent than. In the EPA rules, it is my understanding that modeling and simulation is used to define an area of review as well.
Is North Dakota's underground injection control program regulation for Class 6 wells adopted pursuant to the Safe Drinking Water Act?
It is, and it is more stringent in terms that it goes above and beyond, and also has stipulations for a storage facility area pore space leasing, which the EPA UIC Class 6 rules do not.
And when the EPA promulgated its Class 6 rules, the methodologies it used for delineating an area of review were focused on the purpose and function of protecting USDWs, right?
That's correct, and North Dakota Administrative Code is as well. So they define the area of review as the region surrounding the geologic sequestration project where underground sources of drinking water may be endangered by the CO2 injection activities.
And so you're modeling the aerial extent of the CO2 plume because the regulations require you to do that in order to protect drinking water sources?
Modeling the simulation is required to evaluate potential impact and endangerment on any underground sources of drinking water, in which you're required to define an area of review where you're required to monitor and ensure that you're not endangering any underground sources of drinking water.
You've noted a couple of times that North Dakota's regulations are more stringent than the EPA regulations. That's because the EPA regulations require that any state being granted primacy have a set of regulations that are more stringent than EPA's.
I'm not familiar with the specific requirements. I know that they can't be any lesser.
Okay. Can I have the letter? I've handed you what has been marked as Exhibit LO 83. Can you tell me if you've seen that document before?
I personally have not.
And when you say I personally have not, are you aware of others who have that you're thinking of?
Not specifically, no.
If you look at the bullet points in the middle, you'll notice a number of descriptions of various data and input files. Is there anything in those bullet points that you can identify that was not provided to the Industrial Commission by EERC?
Upon request from the commission, the ERC had provided the DMR with the .dat file, which is our simulation model input file for CMG, as well as our results file in the form of a .sr3, as well as shape files for the maps that were generated. Outside of those data sets, we did not provide any additional data to the DMR.
You said for the maps that were provided outside of the data, what maps are you referring to?
The maps in the storage facility area. So we provided shape files for the storage facility boundary, the area of review boundary, and such.
Okay. And you're saying you provided the shape files, but not necessarily the particular maps you generated from them?
Correct.
Okay.
But let me correct for that. The maps are provided in the permit itself. So we didn't provide maps separately. They're within the permit itself.
Okay, that's so this first one, all of the input files for the Freak C model were provided to the commission?
No, as I stated, just the .dat file for the numerical simulations, which were used to define the horizontal and the vertical boundaries of the reservoir.
You didn't give them an input file for the Freak C model?
We did not, no. It was not requested.
It's in your possession, though?
The EERC has the data.
Sorry, yes, ERC. And EERC is Summit's agent and representative with respect to that data?
The ownership of the data is governed under our specific contracts with Summit, including our NDA with them that govern data ownership.
EERC has a non-disclosure agreement with Summit.
Yes,
Who proposed that?
I was not involved in those discussions. It's a standard practice we have with most of our clients, though.
Is that because your licenses for the computer modeling programs are academic licenses?
No, commercial licenses were procured for this project, as this was a commercially contracted project.
Did Summit compensate for the cost of the subscriptions for the programs on a commercial basis?
The ERC procured commercial licenses, and the cost of those commercial licenses were billed to Summit, yes.
Okay. Were they temporary subscriptions?
Yes, so the licenses have a time period associated with them. Commonly, we procure licenses on the order of month, 2-month, 3-month licenses. Depending on the duration of the time period in the project, we need the license to perform the scope.
So I want to go back to my prior question. Other than the input model for the Freak C model, sorry, let me start over. Other than the input file for the Freak C model, is there anything listed in these bullet points that was not provided by EERC to the Industrial Commission?
Yes, as I mentioned, the only input data that was provided can be found in your last bullet point in terms of what I would call the simulation or the numerical reservoir simulation model data and the output files. Those were the two pieces of data, which I am saying is the .dat file and the .sr3 file. Those are the only two data sets from this list that were provided.
So if you look at the third bullet point, is there anything there that was provided to the Industrial Commission?
Yes, thank you for correcting me. So all core analysis data was provided to the Industrial Commission as well as the North Dakota Geological Survey through submission to the North Dakota Core Library staff. And as required, all well log data, formation testing, fluid analysis was provided as part of completions reports for the 3 stratigraphic test wells that were drilled. So those were technically provided.
When you look through these bullet points on this letter, do you have an understanding of what is being referenced in all of these? Is there anything you don't understand what is being referenced?
No, I understand.
If I asked you to go back to EERC today and sit down and pull together an external hard drive and put this data on that external hard drive and give it to me, approximately how long would it take you to do that?
That would involve the procurement of commercial licenses to access.
No,
the data.
assuming that you have a commercial license, which you do for all of this, if you needed to go to your office, take all of this data and put it on an external hard drive, how long would that take you?
Days to weeks.
It would take you weeks to put this data on a hard drive. You telling me that?
To ensure that we have the proper data, QC it, we ran multiple iterations.
No, I'm asking you, take this data that you understand what all of it is, export it, transfer those files onto an external hard drive. How long?
1 to 2 weeks.
It would take you 1 to 2 weeks to transfer those files to a hard drive, but you can start from scratch with publicly available data and replicate and recreate that entire model in 4 weeks?
So the publicly available data would be coming from single databases. The way the ERC's file structure and the iterations of our models, the amount of data we have, it's my opinion, knowing our data storage, the amount of data we have, the different iterations of modeling and simulations done for this project, I would estimate it would take our staff that amount of time to ensure that we had the proper data to be transferred.
But you keep saying, you're saying ensure we have the proper data to be transferred. I'm saying physically, how long does it take to click the buttons on the computer to tell the files in the computer to transfer them to an external hard drive? And how long does it take the computer to process that file transfer and get it onto the external hard drive? I'm not talking about quality control or review.
Okay, I can't speculate. I don't know the size of the data in terms of megabytes, gigabytes, or the speed to upload it.
So you have no idea how long it would take to put this on an external hard drive and send it to us?
I gave you an estimated range of what I believe it would take.
3 weeks?
I believe I said 1 to 2.
1 to 2 weeks. And you're still saying that you could also replicate the entire model yourself from public data in just 4 weeks? Can you explain that?
I believe I did already answer that.
Why does it only take 2 weeks to transfer the files onto a hard drive, but you can take and recreate everything in 4 weeks?
I believe I already answered that.
And you think that sounds plausible?
I gave a range, in my opinion, of what it would take.
Okay. Were you asked to do that at any point?
No.
Were you at any point advised that you might need to make data available to an opposing party in any kind of legal proceeding for Summit?
I was made aware that data may be requested, not specifically that it would need to be provided.
Were you told that it would not need to be provided?
I'm going to object insofar as it might get into issues on attorney-client privilege. So if any of this was discussed with you while I was present on the phone or whatever, or Ty, I would instruct you not to answer.
Are you asserting the privilege on behalf of Summit or EERC?
Summit.
At any time when there was no representative of Summit other than Mr. Bender, were you told that there was no representative of Summit present for the conversation? At any point were you told that you would not need to provide data?
No, I was involved in discussions to determine what it would take for us to provide that data. I was not told we would not have to provide it. I was told there's potential we may have to.
Who were you told that by?
Mr. Lonnie Jacobson, who is our direct point of communication with the Summit team.
Is he with EERC or Summit?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. We're getting into issues having to do with discovery. These issues are before the commission in a motion to compel. I don't think it's appropriate to try to litigate that here. We haven't had an opportunity to respond to that motion to compel, so I'm going to object to this whole line of questioning.
I'm going to overrule.
Okay, thank you.
Who does Lonnie, did you say Lonnie Jacobson?
I did.
Who does he work for?
The Energy Environment Research Center.
Okay. When did you talk to him about the potential of having to provide data?
Can you clarify, provide data to whom?
We just talked about a conversation you had had with Lonnie in which you indicated that you had not been told that you would not need to provide data. Do you recall that conversation?
I do. It was after discovery was submitted.
And when you say after discovery was submitted, are you referring to the requests for data and information that were sent by me on behalf of the interveners?
Correct.
Okay. What did he ask you about that data?
What effort and software licenses would be needed to compile that data?
And just tell me fully what your response to that was when you talked to him at that time.
We provided him with a specific list of the software licenses needed, the data, as well as things like I discussed yesterday about some of the data sets being acquired from data brokers, that the specific digitized logs in question are governed by a license agreement.
Did you make a determination that because of those license agreements, you were unwilling to provide those data sets?
ERC did not make that determination. We provided information to Summit on what it would take for us to produce those data sets.
With respect to everything that's listed in Exhibit 83 in those bullet points, first, EERC has itself all of that data related to Summit's project, right?
Yes,
And has EERC provided all of that data to Summit itself?
I'm unsure. I don't believe we have provided every piece of data yet.
So Summit doesn't even have all of the data that EERC has.
I can't comment on that with certainty.
Well, did you just say that EERC has not provided all of this data to Summit?
Could you read back what I stated?
Question, and has EERC provided all of that data to Summit itself? Answer, I'm unsure. I don't believe we have provided every piece of data yet.
So I believe I said I'm unsure. I'm uncertain about that, but I don't have a definitive answer.
Okay. What did Lonnie tell you about his conversations with Summit about it?
That we would just not have to provide it at this time. A determination was not made on whether we would be providing it or not.
At any point, were you asked to start compiling the data in the potential event that you did have to provide it?
No, because as I mentioned, we'd be required to procure software licenses
For what?
to open the model, take out any data, that, for example, to open the patrol model, we'd need a patrol license in order to take out the digitized well logs that are governed by that license agreement.
So the temporary subscriptions you had for the models, have those lapsed at this point?
They have.
Okay. So you didn't want to export the data because in order to do that, you would have had to buy another subscription just to export the data out of the models?
Again, the ERC is contracted to perform this scope by Summit Carbon Solutions, and so they would have had to approve and authorize us to procure the software.
And they didn't want to pay for the software.
If you know.
I don't know. I was not involved in those discussions.
Well, you're the one that just told me that the need to procure new licenses was part of the reason for not exporting or starting on the export of the data, right?
We would need to be authorized by Summit to start those activities.
And they never did that.
No.
Did Lonnie ask them if they would like to authorize that?
I'm not privy to those discussions.
The Freak C model is a free model, though, that anyone can use, and there would be no barrier with subscriptions to putting all that data together, right?
Correct. As I testified, though, yesterday, I believe that all of the input data used for that is described in the permit itself.
Have you personally had any direct communications with the employees or members of the North Dakota Industrial Commission about this matter in the last 2 weeks?
I have not, no.
Do you know if Lonnie has?
I'm not aware if he has or not, but I do not believe he has.
As part of your work on the Summit project, did you do any work related to the surface facilities?
No, I did not.
There was a comment yesterday that I believe, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you said that these injection wells will not endanger human health. Would you agree with that?
I believe Caitlin testified to human health.
Okay. And did I hear it right, or do you agree that the testimony was that these injection wells, the Class 6 wells, will not endanger human health?
I believe I testified to the injection wells have engineering protocol in place that would not endanger human health or the environment in relation to CO2 injection activities.
Thank you. In making that statement, did you consider the potential of CO2 releases from those surface facilities, such as valves, blowouts, things of that nature?
That was discussed later on in the permit. So my references to that are in relation to the injection well and the review that was done on the injection well specifically.
Would it also be accurate to say specifically with respect to the things that happen downhole at the injection well?
The engineering safeguards in place downhole are such that they would prevent migration of CO2 into USDWs or the atmosphere.
What about the engineering safeguards between the terminus point of the Midwest Carbon Express and the wellhead?
We believe we have witnesses coming up who are better suited to testify to that.
Okay. We had a discussion yesterday about the permeability adjustment with the 2.5 multiplier. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did you or Lonnie have conversations with Summit at any point regarding that issue?
We did.
And what were those conversations?
So as I testified yesterday, the results showed a slightly higher permeability that could have been used to justify a higher multiplier. In discussions with ERC and Summit, ERC providing technical advisement to use a lower value. Those discussions included discussions with Summit from a business case. They wanted to permit the site to take a certain amount of CO2 and store CO2 within a certain area. And so through sensitivity modeling and business considerations, it was a joint determination to use 2.5. Additionally, the commission has approved a permit for the Broom Creek Formation that has used 2.5 as well.
What were the business considerations Summit expressed regarding the use of the 2.5 factor?
Again, I just discussed the amount of CO2 they were targeting in the area to be permitted for CO2. I discussed a little bit yesterday we didn't want to overestimate the storage facility area, and then not inject that amount of CO2 to where we would be over leasing area and not using it.
So Summit's preference would be that perm adjustment be a lower number based on that business consideration.
Through discussions with ERC and Summit, the 2.5 multiplier was selected.
But specifically because in part of Summit's business considerations of wanting to keep the storage facility as small as possible for the amount of CO2 they want to inject, right?
I wouldn't say it's as small as possible, that there's just some consideration to not overestimate the area needed.
Because if they reduce the size or the boundary of that storage facility, then if there are people just on the other side of that, they don't need to pay for any property rights for that. Is that accurate?
Can you repeat that?
If they reduce the geographic aerial extent of the storage facility boundary, it reduces the number of landowners for whom they need to compensate for the use of the property rights. And that's the business consideration, right?
It's a fact, a smaller storage facility area would result in less landowners having to be permitted. The business consideration wasn't related to number of landowners as it was area.
What business interest does Summit have in reducing the size or boundary of that storage facility if it's not related to not having to compensate landowners?
If you know the answer.
I don't know that. I'd have to defer to Summit.
And so the compensation of landowners is the only thing you know of as a business consideration that they would have been thinking about. And
I think that's a mischaracterization of her testimony. Can you ask the question again?
sure, you've testified to the business consideration of the need to lease landowners, right?
Yes.
And that's the only business consideration that you've testified to related to Summit's consideration of which permeability adjustment factor to use.
Yes, but it's not the only business consideration. There's also operational costs associated with monitoring. If they used a permeability multiplier, in a larger permeability multiplier, as we discussed, it may result in a larger plume, likely larger associated pressure front, larger AOR. That would require additional acreage to monitor, meaning additional monitoring costs.
And every 5 years or so, Summit is going to rerun the models based on the data acquired thus far from that monitoring, right?
Yes, so the regulations require a reevaluation of the AOR determination no less than every 5 years, meaning that Summit will be using operational and monitoring data to history match, calibrate their models, and confirm their permitted AOR and storage facility area are still sufficient.
What if they found out it wasn't?
So the North Dakota Century Code, 43-05-01-12.
Let me correct you. That's administrative code.
Thank you for that correction.
430501, and what was the section?
12-12. Okay. This contains the regulation language regarding any changes to the storage facility area upon that reevaluation. If it was deemed that the CO2 would potentially go outside the boundaries and Summit determined they needed to expand the area, they would need to go through the modification process.
And the result being potentially an adjustment to the boundaries of the storage facility.
That would require a major modification, which I believe requires an additional hearing at that point if they needed to modify permitted boundaries.
But if the data indicated that the storage facility boundary had not been modeled in a way that was accurately reflecting the conditions in the last 5 years, that is a potential result of the 5-year review, is that you redraw the storage facility boundary, right?
Potentially.
And if you did that, what do you do about all the payments you've made to the landowners so far?
I can't speak to that.
Is there any process you're aware of that would address that?
Again, I believe it'd be addressed in that major modification proceedings, which would be a hearing just like the one we're in today.
Were there any communications about using the 2.5 multiplier between EERC and the Industrial Commission?
I can't recall specifically. Potentially in their review of initial permit draft submitted, it could have been discussed.
Okay. If you had used 2.7 for the factor instead of 2.5, how many more acres of property would have been included in the storage facility?
I can't speak to that. We did not run that case.
Okay. Do you have any sense of what that might be?
I do not, because simulations are a complex multi-physics approach. And so adjusting the permeability is not a straight ratio to Plume size.
Would you agree that it would result in some additional acreage?
Yes, I believe I've stated that.
Just a couple minutes ago, you made a reference to sensitivity analysis. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What do you mean by sensitivity analysis?
So the EERC performs sensitivity analysis. Some of that is discussed in the permit as well. We looked at parameters that effectively or could affect simulation results. In addition to that, to the sensitivity analysis, we also did uncertainty analysis to look at how various properties and distribution of properties, such as permeability, could potentially impact the model and the simulation results.
And that's essentially doing quality control to test the predictive utility of your model?
I wouldn't classify it as testing the utility of our model. We did those things to determine what parameters we thought were appropriate and justifiable for use in the model.
Could you do that assessment of the parameters chosen without running sensitivity analysis on the model?
Could you repeat that?
Could you assess the propriety of the parameters used in the model without running any sensitivity analysis on it? Let me ask a different question. What properties did you run sensitivity analysis on?
Sensitivity analysis, you said?
Yeah.
So we ran sensitivity analysis on injection rates, bottom hole pressure conditions, wellhead temperatures, wellhead pressures.
For what purpose?
So on page 3-15, we have a paragraph talking about sensitivity analysis.
And you indicate that because of the availability of data in the form of well logs, core sample data, and rock fluid properties, the need for typical sensitivity studies of influential reservoir parameters has been reduced. Has it been eliminated?
No, which is why we ran sensitivity analysis.
What's the difference between the sensitivity analysis you ran and what you would refer to here as typical sensitivity studies?
Typical sensitivity studies would vary more parameters potentially. So we felt confident in site-specific data to define limits of certain variables. So we didn't need to test those.
Up until you ran the injection test?
I don't understand the question.
Well, what were the parameters you were comfortable with that you didn't need to run sensitivity analysis on?
Things like model size, grid cell size, boundary conditions. We ran uncertainty cases on property distribution. We didn't necessarily run sensitivity cases on property distribution.
Would you have been confident using your model to develop this application for Summit with running zero sensitivity analysis?
I think it points back to your questions earlier where you asked about what is the intent of running these models to define the storage facility area in an area of review, taking into consideration the required 5-year reevaluation, the amount of CO2 that would be injected in that time. I believe running a model without sensitivity analysis would still provide enough insight to be able to safely inject for those, at least those 5 years until the reevaluation time period.
So you're comfortable with a larger margin of error in the first 5 years?
Given the amount of CO2 that will be injected, the proposed CO2 plume size, other variables such as the area review evaluation that looked at proximity of legacy wellbores and things like that, given the testing and monitoring plan. Yes.
Because ultimately what we're talking about here are pressures and the extent of the plume, and given what's going to be injected in the first 5 years, you don't have those same safety concerns in those first 5 years. That be fair?
Could you restate that?
You're comfortable with a greater margin of error in the first 5 years, right?
Given the amount of CO2 that would be injected, that's correct, because the model as a whole was used to define a boundary, which is for 20 years of injection plus a period of post-injection plus a buffer. So within that 5 years, we're talking about a much smaller area.
And if it's not exact, it's not going to be problematic because you're not going to have injected enough to get out to that boundary by that time anyway.
That's my belief, correct?
Except that you're treating all of the landowners inside that boundary exactly the same, with the first ton that goes down that well and everyone on the outside of that line exactly the same, meaning they get nothing, right?
If you understand how the allocation formula works for paying royalties, you can answer the question, but if you don't, I would not answer it if I were you.
Could you restate your question?
I can't even remember, man, I have to read it back to you.
Question, except that you're treating all of the landowners inside that boundary exactly the same with the first ton that goes down that well and everyone on the outside of that line exactly the same, meaning they get nothing, right?
With respect to compensation.
I guess I don't understand your question. If the CO2 is still in the boundaries, you're in compliant with your permit, and you're compensating those within the boundary.
Regardless of where that CO2 is actually.
I guess to Mr. Bender's point, I'm not comfortable talking on the compensation rates for landowners or how that's going to be distributed across owners within that area.
And so to the extent you ran sensitivity analysis on the model, and to the extent you're comfortable with the predictive utility of the model in the ways that you used it for this application, it was never a consideration to you how that would affect how landowners get compensated.
This modeling and simulation was done to define the boundaries. Summit made decisions related to compensation of pore space owners.
Why don't we take a 10-minute break?
Okay.
We'll go off the record. We are back on the record. Mr. Broughton, you can resume your questioning.
You had mentioned that the Industrial Commission had previously accepted the use of a 2.5 factor. Was that for the Project Tundra project?
For those permits, correct?
And was the EERC similarly involved with developing those applications?
We were involved, but we were involved.
Did someone from EERC make that determination in the prior case? That was a bad question. Let me ask it again. Did someone from EERC make the determination to use the 2.5 permeability adjustment factor in the prior proceedings related to Project Tundra in which EERC was involved?
I can say we participated in those discussions. I can't provide more details on who made the determination and the parties involved, as that project is still actively being conducted and is governed by a NDA with Minn Kota.
If you were going to assess someone else's work developing the same models that EERC developed for Summit's application, how would you go about assessing those models that were developed by others?
Do you understand what he's talking about when he says assess?
I was just going to ask, assessing for what purposes?
If you were asked to determine if the inputs and parameters and ways in which the models were set up and run would be acceptable to you in your professional experience, such that they would support an application for Class 6 wells?
The ERC's been contracted in this capacity before, so I'm speaking from direct experience here. Typically, that review process would come in the form of presentations about inputs and assumptions used in the model by those that created the model. We would evaluate their inputs and assumptions for reasonability and if they're justifiable based on the data sets that they had available to them. And we take into considerations Class 6 requirements related to compliance. But ERC has not, in these roles where we've been contracted to perform this work before, we have not reviewed people's models or rerun their simulations to double check things in that manner. We've reviewed their inputs and assumptions through presentations, reviews of reports, that type of thing.
Presentations by whom?
As I mentioned, those that generated the models presented to us their inputs and assumptions. A lot of the information that would have been in those presentations is captured for our models. That information is similarly captured in the storage facility permits.
Did you run the model at a 2.7 adjustment factor for permeability?
I just previously mentioned earlier today that we did not.
Why not?
We didn't feel as necessary. We made a decision to run it with 2.5. And so we ran it with 2.5.
Would it have cost you anything to run it at 2.7?
Yes, it would have cost us time. So
much time?
hours, and it would have cost us time running it with the model license. So we pay for a model license for a month. Running the model would tie up that license for a week or so.
Because that's how long it takes to run the model.
A model of this size typically could be anywhere from 2 days to a week of runtime, depending on if any errors are encountered and you have to restart the model.
Meaning that if you had to restart the model, it could take up to a week.
Potentially.
Could it take longer than a week?
Potentially if model errors, which can't be necessarily predicted when the simulator is going to experience a numerical error and give an error file.
But you think an engineer could replicate it in 4 weeks?
You asked me how much time it would take to build a model, and I said 4 weeks to build the model. That's different than running the simulations.
Okay, so several weeks to replicate the model and then at least another week to run it.
Correct.
So it's your testimony that another engineer could both replicate and run that model in 5 weeks?
If the model they built ran and didn't experience any numerical errors that they'd have to troubleshoot.
Have you ever set up and run a model that didn't have any numerical errors that had to be troubleshooted?
Myself personally, no.
There's a binder directly in front of you there with a number of tabbed exhibits. If you don't mind, can I have you open it to landowner or LO-63?
I'm there.
Are there features on this map that you recognize from the shape files submitted by Summit to the DMR?
These appear to be the storage facility boundaries and the AOR for the 3 permits.
Are you also familiar with the maps that were produced to indicate the 5, 10, and 20-year pressure increases in the area of the injectors?
Yes, I'm familiar with those.
And does it appear that one of those is also overlaid on this exhibit?
It does appear that way, but it's difficult to see given the color scale for that layer.
You are familiar with the maps that were generated to indicate the aerial extent of the pressure increases in the reservoir that were in the application, right?
I am.
And so you'd agree that there will be increases in the pressure in the formation well outside the boundaries of the storage facility?
Yes, if we may, I'd like to speak off page 4-2 of the permit,
Okay.
figure 4-1.
And just for the record, the permit being referenced is Exhibit 1A.
Correct. So this map is showing the predicted maximum subsurface pressure due to injection from the 3 sites. So this is at 20 years is where of injection is where we see the maximum. And as you can see, the pressure increase extends beyond the proposed facility boundaries in the area of review.
What variable of Darcy's law limits the amount and rate at which you can inject CO2?
I don't think I could speak to that without the equation in front of me.
What limits your ability to inject CO2 into these Class 6 wells? Let me ask that again. What limits the rate and amount of CO2 that you can inject into that reservoir through these Class 6 wells?
So the bottom hole pressure constraint is the regulatory constraint that dictates the amount of CO2 that can be injected into these wells. So that bottom hole pressure constraint is derived as 90% of the fracture pressure gradient. So bottom hole pressure is the regulatory constraint for Class 6.
And the bottom hole pressure is obviously directly impacted by existing pressures in the formation, right?
That's correct.
You familiar with the intervention by Minn Kota in this proceeding?
Generally,
You familiar with where the well is that they had concerns about?
yes.
Is Summit's project going to affect the ultimate bottom hole pressure that limits Minn Kota's project?
There will be pressure interference.
Can I have you go back to Exhibit LO63?
I'm there.
See in the legend there's a number of different colors, and I'll agree with you, the color scale's a bit off, but down near the bottom next to Swenson, there's a white color. Do you see that?
Yep.
Do you see the land that sits right in between the areas of review of the 3 different storage facilities?
Yes.
Is there going to be pressure interference with Mr. Swenson's lands and pore space?
Define pressure interference with.
From the Class 6 injectors that Summit is going to inject CO2 into.
There will be a pressure increase in the reservoir due to injection. The map does show the pressure increase will be in the pore space below that land.
which would similarly limit the ability to inject into the pore space in that part of the reservoir based on limits to bottom hole pressure that are being affected by that pressure interference by Summit's Class 6 wells.
Yes, potentially.
How much is Summit compensating for that?
They're not required to compensate based on North Dakota Class 6 laws. They're required to compensate for use of pore space for CO2 storage. Injection will cause pressure increase.
Which reduces the availability of pore space for storage of substances?
No, the pore space is still there. It's not taking the pore space away.
It reduces the availability of the pore space for the storage of substances.
I don't agree with that characterization.
Why not?
An operator could come in and still develop that and store CO2 in that pore space.
Subject to a bottom hole pressure limitation that has been significantly impacted by the 3 Class 6 wells surrounding him, right?
For the amount, the bottom hole pressure might impact potential injection rates, not necessarily the volumes that could be stored there. So one thing to note that while injection operations will increase pressure, when injection stops or if injection rates are limited, after injection stops, pressure will die off in the reservoir, and we have a map that demonstrates that. During operations, if Summit's injecting at a lower rate, that'll be a lower pressure increase. They could also, shut in wells, which would result, or decrease, which would result additional pressure decrease in there. The pressure increase is temporary, but a developer could come in and still inject CO2 there.
And you show equilibrium of pressures 10 years after operations, right?
The permit has a map that demonstrates this pressure decrease. It doesn't represent pressure equilibrium.
What would you project that to be in time from the end of operations?
We did not simulate that.
Would you expect it to be more than 20 years?
We'd have to simulate that.
Significant pressure interference for at least 30 years of Mr. Swenson's pore space caused by the Summit project.
Again, it would limit injection rates. It wouldn't limit the total volumes that could be stored on his land. So to answer your question, there would be a pressure increase of approximately 500 psi up to 1,000 psi increase over the current pressure of the Broom Creek today for up to 30 years.
What's the economic incentive for injecting CO2 into the pore space?
Can you clarify that question?
Is Summit being paid in the form of tax credits by the federal government to inject CO2 into pore space?
I believe Wade testified yesterday as to the economic drivers behind their project. I can't answer questions on that.
Will the 45Q credits be in place in the same form and amount 30 years from now?
Objection calls for speculation. Overruled.
As written today?
Correct.
No, but as I mentioned, while Summit's operating, there's nothing that would preclude an operator from coming in and injecting to store CO2. The same amount of pore space would still exist. They would just have to inject at lower injection rates, but they could still get the same amount of CO2 in that pore space over time.
A much longer amount of time?
We have not run that model.
Real quick, I apologize. On the prior exhibit, LO 83, I did not move to admit, and I would move to admit LO 83.
Say 83 or 63?
83.
Oh, that one. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I thought you
I'm
were talking
skipping back.
Any objections?
No objection.
The exhibit is admitted.
You talked yesterday briefly about the area of review and corrective action. Did you look at the old wells that have been P&A'd around the area of the storage facilities?
We did.
What did you look at in those wells?
Particular to this permit, there are no legacy wells in this area.
Within the area of review?
Within the area of review for the TP line gang, that's correct.
Did you look at the legacy wells that are closest but not within your area of review?
We did not evaluate wells outside of the area of review.
Okay. Are you aware of the Fritz Lutz 1 well?
I don't believe that was in the area of review.
Are you aware of where it is in relation to the area of review?
Which area of review?
Any of them?
Not at this moment.
And are you familiar with the Richter 1 well?
I recall the Richter 1 well.
Did you assess that well in any way as part of your work on the Summit project?
No, Class 6 rules only require evaluation of wells within the area of review.
Can I have you turn to figure 4-1, the pressure map we were taking a look at a moment ago?
We're there.
Are the dots on this pressure map indicative of wells?
Yes.
Are you generally familiar with the 2 wells I mentioned being to the southwest of the storage facility represented on this map? Sorry, I don't know who I'm talking to. Either of you who knows.
Not based on the current map. They're not labeled or have well names, so it can't identify them based on this map.
And just based on your familiarity with your location, does it appear that let me ask a different question. Based on your familiarity with the Richter 1 well, is it your understanding that that well is generally to the south or southwest of the storage facilities?
I don't recall that information, but if you say it is.
So if we look directly south from the SCS1 injection wells that is indicated on the map with a green triangle, if you go south of that until you're outside of the area of review and storage facility boundaries, almost directly south in blue, there is a dot. And it is a dot directly south of the green triangle and within the area that I believe is indicated as a 400 PSI pressure differential. Do you see where I'm pointing at that?
I do.
Does that well have surface casing below the depth of the uppermost freshwater aquifer or U.S. drinking water aquifer?
I don't have that information in front of me.
Have you assessed the integrity of the plugs on that well?
For this permit, only wells within the area of review are required to be assessed.
I understand, but as a factual matter, regardless of a requirement, did you assess the integrity of the plugs on that well?
I did not.
And did ERC assess that?
I don't recall.
Do you know if Summit assessed that?
I don't know.
You'd agree that the reservoir pressures in the area of that well are going to increase by 400 PSI based on your modeling as indicated on this map at figure 4.1?
That's correct.
Did you run an MIT on the well?
We did not. I assume the well is plugged.
When was it plugged?
I don't know. Most of the wells in this area are vintage and drilled in the 70s. That's my assumption.
Or even earlier?
Sure.
Some of them plugged before the 1950s even?
Perhaps.
So the plug job's 70 years old now?
7 years?
70?
Perhaps.
And it was plugged before we had the oil and gas conservation laws on the books in North Dakota we have now?
Plugging rules were different. Yep.
How much time and expense would be required to pressure up an MIT and run it at 400 PSI on that well?
That well's abandoned, and so it's not accessible at the surface. You'd have to re-drill out the plugs and recomplete it to get any information out of it.
Was there an assessment of whether that might need to be replugged?
No, again, Caitlin's testified and stated here a couple times, we're only required to evaluate the wells in our AOR. I would like to say, point out, we did look at potential leakage or risk of leakage in that well. So if I could direct you to page 3-41 to map on in figure 3-2. So we modeled a case here assuming hypothetical leakage pathways. Again, hypothetical leakage pathways, meaning that there's a leakage pathway through plugs for this model. If there was a leakage pathway due to the pressure increase, maximum pressure increase from injection, we're estimating over the life of the project only 0.005 meters cubed of formation fluid could leak up through that well, again, assuming it's leaky, into overlying formations. So again, we have not evaluated that particular well. It's outside of our AOR. We don't believe that there's endangerment of USDWs due to leakage.
But if the plugs were bad, your modeling indicates that fluids from the formation would travel up that well in some amount to the freshwater drinking aquifer that is not protected by a surface casing.
Broom Creek, as it sits today, is overpressurized. If those plugs were bad, because the Broom Creek is overpressurized, fluids would already be flowing.
How much PSI would it take to bust those plugs?
I don't have that calculation.
So you don't know if the pressure formation would cause those plugs to burst right now.
Class G cement is typically rated to 5,000 PSI. Class G cement is typically rated to 5,000 PSI.
Is that what they used in 1945?
I'd have to look at the plugging records to look at that specific well.
Do they have plugging records?
I don't know.
Do you have any familiarity with how wells were plugged in North Dakota in the 1940s?
Generally, yes.
Based on what?
My experience working for the Department of Mineral Resources.
If you put a Class 6 injector on the Swenson land and ran it at the same rates and volumes that Summit is going to run its wells, would that have any impact on Summit's project?
Yes, potentially.
Do you think Mr. Swenson could get a Class 2 disposal well into the Broom Creek Formation permitted on his land in between the 3 Class 6 injectors?
So my understanding is that the commission, well, and I might not be using the proper terms, but if they grant this permit, they will define this as a field. And so my understanding is Mr. Swenson could permit a Class 2 or a Class 6 well on his land. He would have to work with the commission and make sure that he abides by any commission orders related to those field rights.
Given your knowledge of the technical feasibility of that, do you think the commission's going to grant that permit?
I think development of any subsurface resources in the state require the cooperation of many entities, including landowners and project developers.
How is Summit cooperating with Mr. Swenson to allow him to develop his pore space subject to the pressure increases caused by Summit's Class 6 wells?
Is Mr. Swenson actively trying to develop those?
Do you have the answer to my question?
I don't have any knowledge of Mr. Swenson actually actively trying to develop those.
And so if Summit is preventing him from developing those, what does it matter if he's actively trying to develop them right now or not?
Could you clarify how Summit's,
Why are you saying it's significant or relevant whether or not Mr. Swenson is actively trying to develop a Class 2 well?
your question you asked me, I believe, and it can be repeated back here, but I believe you asked, why is Summit preventing Mr. Swenson from developing his pore space?
Okay, well, if I asked that, I apologize. My intended question is, has Summit worked with Mr. Swenson or reached out or talked to him about how their operations are going to affect his ability to use his pore space?
I was not privy to the discussions between Summit and Mr. Swenson.
You agree there's going to be about a 900 psi pressure increase in the pore space in the reservoir under Mr. Swenson's land?
Approximately, yes.
Is max bottom hole pressure about 3,000, 3,500? What's the max bottom hole pressure on the BK Fisher?
It's on the range of, 3,600 psi to 3,800 psi, depending on what site-specific data.
So you're going to increase the pressure in his pore space by approximately 25% of the max bottom hole pressure?
I've not done the specific calculations, but if you're saying that's what it is.
Is 900 approximately 1/4 of 3,600?
Yep.
There was testimony yesterday about the delineation of the CO2 plume boundary. And I believe the testimony was that it was determined to be at a 5% concentration of CO2 in the aquifer as the edge of the CO2 plume. Is that right?
That's correct.
And can you tell me again why 5%?
Yes, so there's several studies out there that suggest that 5% is the detection limit for monitoring techniques, particularly 3D seismic.
Would it be fair and accurate to say that at the bottom of the injector, bottom hole, you got about 100% CO2 in the formation? Would that be fair? During injections?
Right at the injection well.
Right. I'm just saying, if you start at ground, like right at where you're injecting, we can make an assumption that the CO2 is 100% of the fluid right there, right? Within 1 inch of the bottom of the well. Actually, let me ask you something. Are they perforating the well?
They will be perforating the well.
Okay.
Yes, they will be perforating the well.
Is there going to be a lateral?
No.
Okay. So, within the well bore, we're at 100% CO2.
Correct.
And you're indicating the edge of the plume is 5% CO2.
Correct.
Does the concentration of CO2 become more diluted in a linear manner as you move away from the wellbore?
No, not necessarily. I'd like to point you to page 3-25 and 3-26.
Okay.
So these are showing cross sections through the simulated plume. These are representing the gas saturation in the model cells. So saturation of CO2 is also dictated by the porosity and permeability of the rock. So you'll note. So again, this has the 5% saturation cutoff. You'll note along the wellbore, you see an area of white. So this is on figure 3-15A. Even at the wellbore, saturation is below 5% due to the porosity and permeability in that model layer. So it's dependent on porosity and permeability and how the CO2 would flow in the formation. And just a point of clarification, saturation will never be 100%. The CO2 injection can never move all of the formation fluid out of the rock.
Okay, thank you. If we held constant permeability and porosity, would the CO2 become more diluted in a linear or logarithmic function as you move away from the wellbore?
Not directly linear or logarithmic, but generally it would. At the edges of the plume is where you see more mixing of CO2 with brine.
So generally speaking, if we were to plot the reduction in CO2 concentration on a linear scale out to 1%, and let's pretend we can measure, would the area of that line representing 6% to 1% be much longer than the rest of the line?
Based on the volumes being simulated here, no, it'd be much, much smaller because you have a larger area with higher saturation.
Would the area over which the saturation changes from 10% to 0% be significantly longer than the area over which it changes from 20% to 10%?
I can't really make an educated guess on that.
What
at
would you
this time.
expect? Would you expect that area from 10 to 0% to take longer or be longer than the area from 10 to or 20 to 10%? Based on what you know about how it dilutes as it moves away from the wellbore as an engineer?
Again, I don't think I could speak on that.
And the 5% again, though, was chosen because that's essentially the detection limit, and that's the lowest limit you can detect with running the models. Sorry. Let me start over. The 5% is used because that is the detection limit from the seismic.
Correct, based on published studies from other carbon capture and storage sites that are in operation.
But you agree that's not actually the border or the edge of where the actual CO2 being injected is traveling to?
As discussed, it's the boundary we can detect
How?
with seismic.
But only to a 5% concentration of CO2, right?
Yep,
So we know that there is CO2 outside of that boundary if that boundary is set at 5%. It sure doesn't go from 5% to 0 within a millimeter, right?
there's the potential for CO2 to be.
It's not just potential, just as a matter of physics, there's obviously CO2 outside of that boundary, right?
Yep.
Is there a plan to put 2 different well bores in at each injector site?
That's my understanding.
Is the intent to do any kind of directional drilling with the well bores?
I believe so, but I can defer questions to that to a witness who can answer in more detail.
Okay. Did someone generate a pH map for the reservoir in the areas of review?
I don't believe one was provided in the permit, and I'm not sure if one was produced.
Would EERC have produced the pH map if one was produced?
Yes.
Can I have you look at figure 3-1?
I'm there.
It says the distributed VE property along a roughly west-east cross-section. It seems obvious, but I want to make sure I understand. The little call-out in the upper left with the red line, does that indicate the cross-section?
That does. The red line's the path of the cross-section.
Okay. You see the vertical line for the Archie Erickson 2?
I do.
And do you see just to the left of that, there's a couple areas with some fairly significant pockets of red, I'll call them.
Yep.
And then if we look over at the Milton Flemmer, just to the right of that, there's an area that is mostly blue and green with just a little yellow. Do you see where that is?
I do.
If we took 100-foot diameter core in that area with the red splotches just to the left of the Archie Erickson, and we took 100-foot diameter core in that area with the blue and green just to the right of the Milton Flemmer, would one of those cores contain more available pore space for the storage of substances than another?
Yes, if we're in a hypothetical case, if we're assuming that this model is 100% accurate and represents the rocks there, where you have higher porosity, you're going to have more pore space, just mathematically.
And there's also a difference if we did that same exercise. There's also a difference in the amount of pore space available for storage based on the vertical extent of the formation, right?
You're saying based on the thickness?
Correct.
Yes, that would be a factor in that calculation, would be height if you're looking at volume.
I'm sorry, can you say the end of it?
Sorry, that would be a factor of the calculation, would be height if you're calculating volume.
And would a VH map show us geographically what the various values were, taking into account the porosity as well as the thickness?
It would, for the realization of the model in the permit. One thing to understand, while we use site-specific data as controls, we used spherograms and other means to distribute properties to the best of our ability. It doesn't mean that the model will be 100% accurate, which is why we have that 5-year reevaluation period in case our model or the actual subsurface geology is slightly different than our model, so that we can account for those differences in how bottom hole pressure is responding to injection, as well as how the CO2 plume is migrating in the reservoir.
But if we look at figure 3.1 in that area of red just to the left of the Archie Erickson, you're not saying that the model just randomly allocated an area of higher porosity to that specific location based on, you know, a factor of variability. It's doing that because it is predicting that that actually has more porosity there in that specific location, right?
It's being informed by control points, but we did uncertainty analysis looking at 100 different cases for property distribution. Or sorry, not 100, 1,000 different cases for property distribution. We chose the one, a P50 case, which we feel is the most likely.
And you couldn't have done that unless you were able to do sensitivity analysis.
Uncertainty analysis,
Sorry.
but yes, that's correct. Those are the steps we performed to determine which model we had the highest confidence in being the most probable case.
And it's important to do that, right?
When you're the operator looking to define the boundaries of your storage facility area, it's important, as you will be obligated to operate, and CO2 injection must stay within those bounds.
What if you're the landowner with pore space on the outside of that boundary? Is it important for them?
I don't understand what context it it would be important for them, the operators required to keep CO2 within their boundaries. If CO2 is going to go outside their boundaries, they're in non-compliance with their permit. If they have to adjust their boundaries, they are going to have to amalgamate or acquire that additional pore space outside, go through this major modification and hearing process to get that approved.
With respect to the compensation being paid to the landowners whose property is being used by Summit, is there any consideration given to the actual porosity or actual thickness of their pore space?
I believe Summit chose to treat all landowners within the storage facility area equally, meaning that the compensation is based by a total amount of CO2 injected, and they're given a proportional payment for the amount of land they have within the storage facility area. They did not use a volumetric approach. So in a volumetric approach, landowners would be paid for the actual amount of CO2. Why that's not done is it would benefit the landowners directly around the injection well. So Summit chose to treat all landowners within the storage facility area equally instead of
Accurately?
I don't agree with that classification.
Well, they're not paying the landowners based on the amount of CO2 being stored in their pore space, right?
Summit's paying for the use of the pore space. So they're leasing the pore space.
Are they leasing the pore space from my clients?
My understanding is that your clients are outside of the storage facility area boundary. So their pore space is not being leased for storage of CO2.
Can I just flip back to landowner 63?
I'm there.
If you see the different colors next to the names, and you look at the map, there are blocks of colors both within and without these storage areas, areas of review, and outside of those boundaries.
Yep.
Apologize, bear with me one moment, I think I may be done. Is there a place in the permit application where thickness or porosity is broken down by landowner or tract?
No.
Whether it's in the application or not, was that ever done or attempted by EERC to your knowledge?
No.
How does it affect the accuracy of your 3D seismic if you are not doing it on certain tracks?
It has the potential to reduce the resolution and quality of the seismic data.
And does it reduce the resolution and quality just for that area specifically, or does that lack of seismic in that area impact the quality of the other data?
So the quality of the seismic data is dependent on the fold as well as the source receiver offsets. So it's dependent, the quality of the image is dependent on the fold within each area. Fold is lower when you aren't allowed to have source and receivers in a specific track. However, if you have sufficient source receiver offset, the quality of data will be lesser for shallower formations, but you would, depending on the size of the land where you don't have source and receivers, you may still have sufficient source and receiver offset to produce high quality images with the seismic of the deeper formations. Again, that's going to be dependent on the depth of the reservoir, the source receiver offset, and the area where receivers and source weren't allowed to be placed or operated.
I don't have any further questions.
Any questions from the staff?
I have some questions. I'd like to start out with some of the questions that were deferred to this group from earlier. Let's see here. So you had given testimony on the location of coal reserves and coal leases within the 3 storage facility permits. Would you be able to answer approximately how close mining activity currently is from proposed equipment, above ground infrastructure for the 3 facilities? So to repeat, for each 3 storage facility permits, what's the proximity to current mining activity to date from the above-ground surface infrastructure. And if you need to defer that, that's fine, just let me know.
All right. I'm going to point you to the Exhibit 2,
It's 1B.
1B, Exhibit 1B, page 280. So this is the Archie Erickson BK Fisher permit.
Yep.
Figure 2-50. So these reflect the closest mining operations from the Coyote Creek and Beulah mine, which are the closest mining operations to any of the 3 storage facility areas. And you can see on this map, green shows future mining activities, and brown shows mined out, or areas where mining is already taking place. And you can see the approximate distance from those to the proposed injection sites, as well as the flow lines. So here, the scale we're looking at, I believe those are townships. So it's approximately 3 to 4 miles the surface facilities are from the future mining activities.
And just to confirm, yesterday in your testimony, you had stated that there were no active coal leases where surface infrastructure was planned for the 3 facilities, correct?
Correct.
So earlier I had asked a question on why the Milton Flemmer 1 was used as the type log in Article 1.15 for all 3 storage agreements. Could you elaborate as to why?
I can. So the Milton Flemmer well penetrates the entire thickness of the Amsden. So it was used as the type log so that we could accurately represent the depth to the top and the bottom of the Amsden and the thickness. The other 2 stratigraphic test wells drilled for the other storage facility areas do not penetrate the entire Amsden. That is why the Milton Flemmer 1 well was used as the type log for all 3 storage facilities.
When it comes to the royalty payments, would you agree that due to the lack of history matching data that we have, that there would be more uncertainties to allocating via volumetric versus the track participation as Summit has chosen to go forward with?
I would agree with that. I'd also add that there are limitations for using monitoring methods to quantify the amount of CO2 in a given area in the subsurface. Monitoring methods such as 3D seismic and time-lapse changes that can be captured in 3D seismic are susceptible to both changes in pressure and changes in fluid saturation. So you would not be able to accurately separate out effects of pressure from CO2 saturation in order to assure you're compensating landowners using a volumetric approach.
So now I'm going to move forward to questions that I have from Section 2 on the geologic exhibits. For the storage facility permit for the TB Langan, what was the maximum pressure applied during the microfracture testing in the Milton Flemmer 1 well within the Spearfish Opeechee formation?
I'll defer that question to a later witness who was involved in those tests.
Would you be to state who it's being deferred to specifically?
Miss Jean Odney.
Okay. As it pertains to all three of the storage facility permits and to their stratigraphic test wells, can you explain how you determine which sand package within the Broom Creek you target for your microfracture in situ stress tests to determine the fracture propagation pressure gradient?
I'll also have to defer that to
Okay.
Miss Odney.
For all three of the applications in the three stratigraphic test wells, was the next dissipation zone above the injection zone, so your Inyankara sampled in all three facilities?
I believe so, yes.
And did those samples show evidence that the formations are currently hydraulically separated?
That's our interpretation of the data, yes.
And in all three storage facility permits, has any Fox Hills wells been sampled?
There's historical groundwater sampling data in Appendix B throughout each of the three permits. Plans to test those wells in the baseline sampling plan are described in Section 5 and will be testified to later.
So just to confirm, you reviewed any data that already existed, which would be in Appendix B, but no baseline sampling has started in the Fox Hills?
That's correct.
Core plugs taken from the base of the upper confining zone in the Milton Flemmer 1 well had a fairly high anhydrite weight percentage, around 86 to 98%. Similar in the Archie Erickson, there was around 95.5% shown. Did geochemical modeling indicate that it was likely that the boundary between the two formations would dissolve due to that percentage of anhydrite?
Geochemical modeling done for the upper confining zone showed little to no dissolution of anhydrite due to geochemical reactions with the modeled CO2.
And would that applied for both the TB Lincoln and the BK Fisher?
That's correct.
So I'm going to ask some questions related to the formation imaging logs. Would you be the correct witness to answer for all 3 storage facility permit applications? I only ask because it was discussed that you were going to have another witness at the end that would talk about differences between the 3 facilities. Or are you good with answering them?
We're good with answering
Okay.
questions to all 3.
Okay. So in the Milton Flimmer 1 well, both in the formation imaging logs and within the thin sections, specifically where high anhydrite content existed, there were a handful of fractures that were shown. Can you please explain why these fractures don't pose a risk to the storage facility?
You said for the upper confining zone?
Yes.
Could you point to specifically what depth interval?
So in figure 233 and in 234 in the TB Langen application, it shows that there are a handful of resistive litho-bound fractures present in the OPG spearfish interval. Why are these fractures not a concern as far as containment?
They're not a concern for containment because they're commonly filled. In the case of the resistive bound fractures, they're commonly filled with that anhydrite.
So they wouldn't have transmissibility to have CO2 move through them.
Correct. They wouldn't have transmissibility in the sense of they wouldn't have sufficient permeability.
So now in the BK Fisher application, similarly in the Archie Erickson 2 well, the investigation also found fractures, including one minor fault. I would have the same questions for that one. I'll let you get to the figure here. So figure 233C specifically would show some of the fractures and the minor fault that was found within the OPG spearfish interval.
For this well, the fractures were also commonly filled, either with anhydrite or clay. In the case of the minor fault, it appears to be isolated. It doesn't appear to transect a sufficient vertical extent to serve as a fluid migration pathway or to be transmissible, meaning it's a minor fault and it doesn't cut through the entirety of the upper confining zone.
Entirety of the,
Upper confining zone.
And similarly in the last application, in the /lazy H5 well, there were fractures found and a minor fault in the Amsden formation.
Again, the minor fault or the fractures are commonly filled. In this case, commonly with anhydrite. Similarly, given the geometry of this minor fault, it appears to be isolated and does not have properties for it to serve as a fluid migration pathway.
So I want to go back to the BK Fisher application. In the 3D seismic survey that was done across these 3 storage facilities, was the Stanton fault that was suspected to run through the northwest corner of the BK Fisher storage facility area found in the 3D seismic?
No, the proposed location of the Stanton fault is on the edge of the 3D seismic survey. We saw no indication of the fault or any deformation associated with the fault.
So now I'm going to move to questions related to section 3 for the model and simulation. Do you know what the geographical projection was used in Petroleum for the geologic model?
I don't have that information on hand, but perhaps I could provide it after a break.
Okay. And what is the cell size in the model, both within and outside of the refinement grid?
Outside the refinement grid, it's 1,000 by 1,000 feet. Within the refinement grid, I believe it's 250 feet by 250 feet.
So on figure 2.3 on page 2.5, that shows the boundary for the simulation model. Could you explain why the boundary was centered as shown in that figure within the geologic model?
Are you asking why the simulation model extent was centered within the geologic model
Yes.
extent?
Or how it was determined as far as placement for the centering within?
So the simulation model extent was selected to cover summit sites and have enough of a boundary, or have enough cells as to model the pressure plume and not have artifacts due to boundary conditions. Additionally, we wanted to incorporate the nearest site, the DCC West site, to evaluate potential pressure interference.
In the numerical simulation, are all 3 facilities injecting across the same 20-year injection period?
Yes, that's what was modeled.
In this section, it's stated that the TDS value of the Broom Creek measured from the Milton Flemmer 1 was used as the input for the numerical simulation. Can you explain why the Milton Flemmer 1 sample was chosen out of the 3?
Yes, so the Milton 1 sample was the median of the 3 values. We selected that as a site-specific value close to what could be considered an average between the 3.
And could you explain what effect the TDS input would have on the CO2 plume?
Yep. A higher TDS could potentially result in a smaller plume.
Similarly, it's stated that the temperature and pressure gradients derived from the Milton Flemmer 1 were used in the simulation. Similarly, the reasoning behind why the Milton Flemmer 1 was chosen.
One of the reasons being wanting to apply the same reservoir conditions associated with the salinity value.
And could you explain what effect temperature has on the CO2 plume? Movement, to clarify.
A difference in temperature could result in either a larger or smaller plume.
So let's say like an increase in temperature.
I can't recall at the moment. I could provide that answer potentially after a break.
You had noted earlier that the CO2 stream used in the geochemical modeling was done at 95% CO2 and 2% oxygen to be more conservative because oxygen is likely what's going to be most reactive. Could you explain additionally, so in earlier testimony with group 1, they had stated that the minimum requirement for the CO2 purity would be 95% to be able to take CO2 from sources to send to these storage facilities. Can you explain why in the numerical simulation 98.25% was used instead of 95%? 95% being the minimum cutoff for Summit to take CO2 from third-party sources.
Just to clarify, that's what Wade testified to, 95, not 98.
Correct, but the model uses 98.25%. I'm just asking why 98.25% was used in the numerical simulation.
Sure. So 98% is the expected operational composition.
And could you just explain what effect CO2 purity also has on the CO2 plume movement? So like a higher CO2 purity would have what influence on CO2 plume movement?
In this case, because of the compositions we're talking about, there potential be changes in plume size, but it'd be very minimal.
As proposed, well injectors are drilled. So for the 3 applications, the 6 injectors haven't been drilled yet. As they are drilled and logging, coring, and testing data is gathered, is that planned to be incorporated into the geologic model and an updated simulation ran prior to starting injection?
I don't know of specific plans to update the model, but I believe regulations require validation of the proposed model inputs with the injection well data, including the injection test that's required for each injection well.
So to confirm, if the results indicated a substantial change and the regulatory group requested that it be done, at that time it would likely be done.
By the regulatory group, you mean the DMR?
Yes.
Yes, we would.
At what frequency will plume predictions be updated once operations are underway?
No less than every 5 years.
So I'd like to go to figure 3.6 on page 310 in the TB Lincoln application.
I'm there.
For all of the applications, when showing the permeability curves used for siltstone and anhydrite, they were used equivalently. Could you explain why you're using the same? So to clarify, can you explain why the same permeability curve is used for siltstone and anhydrite?
Sure. That's related in part to the core analysis sampling and the data points available, because siltstone and anhydrite are expected to be low permeability and porosity lithologies. We felt it was sufficient to apply this data set to both lithologies in the model.
So I'd like to move to table 3.5 on page 335.
I'm there.
So for all of the applications, when having this table shown for the EPA method 1, you are using the proposed locations of one of the injection wells, being the TB Lincoln 1, the BK Fisher 1, and the KJ Hintz 1. Considering these wells haven't been drilled yet, can you explain how these values are derived?
Sure. So these values are taken from the geologic model and the simulation model.
And can you explain why it was chosen to use these rather than the 3 stratigraphic test wells?
Given that we used model data to populate these, you'll note, for example, so I'd just trying to find a map I'd like to point you to. So I'd like to point you to page 3-22. So here's a map of the average pressure change after 20 years of injection. Again, the AOR was defined using pressure data from the simulations. If you look at, here in this case, the green triangle represents the injection well. And just to the southwest of that gray triangle represents the Milton Flemmer well. And you can see that there's a large difference in pressure between those two locations. So in that sense, it was more appropriate to use data from the injection well location to be able to evaluate pressure change.
That is all the questions I have. Thank you.
Moving on to section 4. I have some questions about locations. If you guys can't answer these, just let me know who can. Start on page 4.4, figure 4.2. Just an AOR map showing occupied structures, among other things. How far exactly, or approximately how far away from the facility are occupied structures?
Provide that unless you know.
Do you know, just so I know who to ask?
It would be Jimmy Powell.
Jimmy. For the TB Langang, BK Fisher, and KJ Hintz wells, have any baseline samples been taken from these wells to date?
Not as part of the Summit project.
Okay.
Water, Fox Hill, you mean groundwater monitoring wells?
Correct.
Yep.
This one is just in related to the KJ Hintz facility area review. The Raymond Jensen 134 well, file number 4942, is a plugged and abandoned well within that facility. Can you briefly explain the protective measures that are being made to monitor the CO2 plume movement near that well?
3D seismic surveys will be taken at least every 5 years as part of the testing and monitoring plan to track the plume. And at or around year 19, Summit proposes putting an additional groundwater monitoring well in the Fox Hills formation nearby that legacy well bore.
Do you know approximately how close?
I don't think the final location has been determined yet.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay, bear with me, a lot of my questions have been asked at different levels, so I'm gonna have to pan through this as I go, but, I'm also gonna start with a couple of, questions that were deferred. One being the, looking at figure 1-1 on 1-2. On page 1-2 of the Langang application. Okay, I'll start with the odd shape of the CO2 plume as it exists in the modeled stabilized CO2 extent. Is there any explanation for why we don't see CO2 in that central area, the southwest central area?
Yep, in this region of the model, we had low porosity and permeability layers. That's why you don't see predicted migration of CO2 plume there.
The low fee and perm, I guess, layers that exist in that area, were they arbitrarily, and when I say arbitrarily, just purely due to the variograms were they assessed, or was there additional seismic evaluation that supported that low porosity perm area?
There is additional seismic data that was used as control points and to support the distribution of properties, but it should be noted that seismic data has resolution images for resolving thicknesses of different porosity and permeability layers, so there potentially some uncertainty.
Okay. So I guess in that explanation, did it just, I'm going to tie this back to some of the discussion on the depositional environment. Would the seismic in that area indicate it was partially interdunal, or do you see the dune structures there or not?
Correct. That would suggest the low porosity and permeability is typically associated with those interdunal dolomites as well as anhydrite deposits.
Okay. And then I asked this as well earlier, but in Township 141 North, Range 88 West, Section 35, you'll note that on this exhibit, at least, the stabilized CO2 plume extent does appear to contact the storage facility area border. Do you know what the distance is between there? What kind of buffer is applied at approximately around that area?
Yes, so regarding the stabilized CO2 plume extent, it's a short distance, on the order of tens of feet. But I would like to point out the red line is the CO2 extent at the end of injection. So we feel that buffer is reasonable. And we will, reevaluate the predicted plume movement and our storage facility area boundaries no less than every 5 years to confirm that.
So just to clarify, the red line is the extent of the CO2 migration at the end of the 20-year injection cycle.
Correct.
And the gray that goes outside of that would be what the model's predicting that CO2 to migrate during the 10-year post-injection phase.
Correct.
Okay. Moving on to sections 2 and 3. On page 2-17. Had to get there myself. The narrative right above the figure indicates that the net sandstone thickness in the simulation model area ranges from 6 feet to 397 feet, with an average of 140 feet. Can you point me at somewhere on the figure below, figure 2-10A, where it would approach 6, or is that a typo in any way?
I believe the typo should say, I believe those values are from the geologic model extent, not the simulation model extent, so that is an error.
Okay, so that wouldn't be, so what should that read then?
Because it's sandstone thickness, I'd have to calculate that from the model. I can't derive that from the thickness map.
I guess looking at the isopack of the Broom Creek, then, do you see anywhere on that map that you're presenting where the thickness would approach 6 feet? I mean, in glancing at it, I thought the thinnest that was represented was on the order of 100 feet.
Yes, that's why I believe that that's an error. It should say those values are from the geologic model extent, where the Broom Creek actually does pinch out, not the simulation model area.
Gotcha, so not the simulation, but the whole
Correct.
geologic.
So I believe that sentence is an error.
And that'd be where it would pinch out to the northeast and the Broom Creek wouldn't exist
Correct.
far northeast of the whole model area.
Correct.
Okay. Page 222. At the bottom of that page, you indicate that there's, I guess, a sample bias towards the sandstones that were sampled. Does that sample bias affect the overall model in any way?
No. So the core samples were used to calibrate petrophysical logs of porosity, calculated porosity and permeability. And those logs were what were used to help derive model properties. So I don't believe that bias impacted the model in a significant fashion.
Figure 2-16 on page 225.
I'm there.
At the very top of the Broom Creek here, you have an anhydrite facies identified in column 7 on that figure. And then in column 8, when you upscale those for the modeling purposes, it's being applied the siltstone facies. Is there any effect on the modeling due to that, or is there a reason that was applied instead of the anhydrite facies?
There is not an effect of that. Both the anhydrite and siltstone are populated as low porosity and permeability.
So functionally, they both act as confining layers in the modeling.
That's correct.
That drives me to the geochemical side of this, so I'm going to jump probably largely over into Appendix C, but bear with me. The narrative, so I'm looking at C15 and 16 here, or sorry, figures C15 and 16. I think I'm on C12.
Figures C15 and 16 or page?
So the narrative that I'm asking about is on page C12, where you reference figures C9 and 10, which those figures are on pages C15 and C16.
Okay.
This narrative indicates that dolomite is the primary entity in dissolution, and that anhydrite is precipitating. Just want to confirm that.
That's correct.
Okay, so in previous applications, the anhydrite has been identified as a primary dissolving element in those models, in those geochemical analysis. So I guess my questions here are, what is different about the modeling that was done here, or the chemistry of the water, or the chemistry of the rock, that is causing anhydrite to be a precipitant instead of a dissolving?
I don't have that answer readily available.
Is that something that may be providable in short term, or is that something I might need a supplemental response on?
I could potentially provide it after a break.
Okay. I guess I'll ask that if it's not something that can be answered in testimony after a break, that it would be submitted as explanation and supplemental.
Okay.
But, still on C12 here. Bear with me. So, actually on page C14, figure C8, in this figure, the bottom figure shows that mineral trapping is still on the negative side of the equation, so more dissolution has taken place than precipitation at this point, through the extent of what's presented on this figure, correct?
Yes, so what this figure is showing is why there's negative amount for mineral trapping. It's because of that dolomite being dissolved, and that those dissolved carbonates are being attributed to as carbon that was added into the system.
Okay. In previous testimony, you indicated that it would be on the order of hundreds of years before true mineralization started happening for the CO2 in the storage reservoir. Have you projected that out? Do you know a rough time frame when that negative trend starts moving the other way?
We have not modeled that.
C18.
Maybe just one point very, very quickly, and sorry for going back to figure C8. You can see by the slope of the curve, after CO2 injection ends, we have less of that mineral trapping, and that slows down over time.
But you still haven't taken to the point of when that actually reverses. It's just
That's correct.
expected or anticipated that it does reverse.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, going on to page C18. The narrative here for your Freak C model, and you testified to this earlier, that you use the diffusion process for the mechanism by which the CO2 would enter. And conversely, if you look at later in the appendix, when you're talking about the lower confining zone and the simulation that was done there, you're talking about advection and dispersion. Can you elaborate a little bit on why the two different mechanisms are used for the two different confining zones?
Yes, so diffusion was used for the upper confining zone, as CO2 is a buoyant fluid, which is, so CO2 is a buoyant fluid, which is why we needed to use advection and dispersion, which allowed the CO2 to dissolve in brine and the density to allow it to enter the model cells for the lower confining zone.
So for the lower confining zone, sorry, I'm going to have to ask you to clarify that. Focus on why diffusion was used for the upper confining zone modeling.
I don't think I can elaborate and provide that specific answer at this time, but I could potentially provide it after a break.
Okay. Probably the same situation. If I don't get that answer as part of testimony, I might want it as a supplemental.
Correct. We would be able to provide that.
Page C18 still. The formation brine for the simulation that was done on the Opeechee and as well as the or the Opeechee spearfish, as well as what was done on the Amsden for the lower confining zone. In both cases, you used the brine composition as it was determined from Broom Creek samples.
That's correct.
Can you elaborate on why?
Just want to confirm something quickly. So it's my understanding, given the porosity and permeability of at least the Opeechee spearfish, we weren't able to collect a fluid sample due to the immobility of the water. Due to the immobility of the water, due to the low permeability. Therefore, we use the Broom Creek as a representative sample, as we don't believe the composition will vary greatly.
Okay, still on page C18, table C4, the average mineral composition of the Opeechee spearfish that was used here. Can you confirm which facies within the spearfish that would represent, or the Opeechee spearfish?
The sample, the average sample here is approximately 60% mineral weight in hydrate, so I would interpret that as in hydrate.
On page C19, middle paragraph there, when you're discussing figure C13, you indicate that the net change due to precipitation or dissolution in this case you're referencing C2, which is a cell within the model that was done, has less than 5 kilograms per cubic meter net change. That net change, is that positive or negative?
I'd have to clarify how that was calculated and provide that as a supplement.
I don't think I could confirm or guesstimate with the figure in front of me which way that would be going, so if we can confirm that as well.
Yep, we could provide that as a supplement.
Page C25, similar question. This happens to be the table C6 on page C25. Average mineral composition for the Amsden Formation that's being presented in this table. Can you elaborate and confirm which facies that would represent in your modeling?
I'd characterize that as it would be represented as a dolostone in our model.
Okay. I guess a similar question on page C28. The narrative in the bottom paragraph, again, you're referencing an overall net porosity change as less than 2%. And can you tell me whether that's a positive change or a negative change?
I'd like to provide that as a supplement.
Okay. Back up to section 3. Page 3-7, I believe. The bottom paragraph on page 3-7, you discuss the distances from the edge of the model and the volume modifiers that were applied as boundary conditions. Can you spend just a few moments confirming what those distances are measured from and to within the model? And then, well, I'll let you do that first.
So those distances are measured from the Broom Creek extent interpreted by the ERC, which is shown on page 2-16 and figure 2-9.
So the distance you're referencing there is the distance from the edge of the Broom Creek to the edge of the modeled area.
To the edge of the simulation model
the
area,
whole
that is
simulation.
correct.
Okay? And then when applying your volume modifiers as boundary conditions, can you elaborate on what the effect of those are within the model?
Yes. We applied the volume modifiers to represent the fact that we don't have an infinitely acting aquifer where the Broom Creek pinches out. And because we don't have an infinitely acting aquifer, there will be differences in how pressure responds in the reservoir due to that pinch out. And so these modifiers were applied to take into account that difference in boundary condition between an infinitely acting aquifer and the closed boundary. And so the volume modifier is used in the CMG calculations with the boundary condition to account for the specific distance beyond the model where that pinch out occurs. And so that is accounted for with the boundary conditions as it relates to the simulated pressure.
So the cell, the modifier being applied to a boundary cell allows that cell to act as if it has a larger volume than its individual cell size.
That's correct, to allow the computational simulator to account for how that pressure would respond outside of the model.
So the smaller values have less distance or less volume in the reservoir in that direction
Correct.
towards a pinch out or towards the boundary of the I guess the Broom Creek as a whole, as opposed to what's actually simulated within the model.
That's correct.
So this was asked a little bit, so I'm on page 3.8, the description of your capillary pressure curves, and you indicate that they were derived from mercury injection capillary pressure testing on the cores, right?
Correct.
But then that they were modified. Can you elaborate on the need, why it was necessary to modify those core derived values and what that process looked like?
So those values we're calculating using data from a single sample. So we looked at the porosity and permeability from that sample to upscale it to the ranges of the porosity and permeability reflected in our model.
When you say that, was that, when you say the single sample, you're referring to the single sample that was used to derive the two confining zone being anhydrite facies values and siltstone facies values? Or am I? Yeah, siltstone and anhydrite.
We took capillary entry pressure data from a single sample from those units to derive these curves.
Okay. And so I guess the modification of that mercury injection derived data to be representative for CO2 injection, what was done to, I guess, adjust the mercury fluid properties to the CO2 fluid properties?
I could provide that answer after a break.
Okay. Same, I guess, question or same response then. If it's something that doesn't come as part of direct testimony, we'll want supplemental explanation for it. Down in the AOR, page 414. And it was actually referenced in a number of locations, including on page 412 in table 4.6. But there's a reference that's being used to the Tongue River formation for a freshwater aquifer. I guess I'm just going to point out and confirm that Tongue River isn't a formation recognized on the North Dakota stratigraphic column at this time. There's a RI 59, Report of Investigation 59, that was published in 1977 that proposed renaming the Tongue River and the Ludlow, as they correlate from Montana and Wyoming, to the slope and drawing a blank on the other one, and I don't have it written here, but rename those two formations. The Tongue River, as you're referencing here, would be equivalent to those two formations that are represented on the geologic strat column in North Dakota, correct? Or can we confirm that?
We can confirm that.
Okay. On page 416, there's a line here in your narrative that reads, the Pierre Formation is the thickest shale formation in the AOR and primary geologic barrier between the USDWs and the injection zone. The primary barrier would be the upper confining zone, correct?
That's correct. So that's a misstatement.
It would just be an additional barrier
Correct.
of significant thickness, as what's
Yep.
indicated, but
Yep.
additional barrier.
We consider it as a tertiary confining zone because there's a primary confining zone, a secondary confining zone, and then we consider everything between the Indian Car Formation and the Fox Hills as a tertiary confining zone.
One last item I'm going to jump. It's kind of mixes between the AOR and the and section 3. It's actually on 342, I think, where the page 342 where the narrative is. Right at the bottom of this page, there's a statement that therefore the AOR is delineated as the storage facility area plus a 1 mile buffer. This immediately follows the discussion of the risk-based AOR approach that was taken, but the 1 mile buffer that's applied for that AOR, is there any importance to the 1 mile that's being used, or is that just a value that is chosen?
I can confirm during break, but it's my understanding that the AOR at a minimum has to be the storage facility area plus a 1 mile buffer, but I will confirm that my understanding is correct during the break.
Okay. That'll be all I've got on this sections.
Okay, at this time, why don't we take a break for lunch for an hour? Okay, we are back on the record. Attorney Bender, how would you like to proceed? We're going to answer some questions that were pending.
Yes, I don't know if I should say we'll recall, we'll bring back Amanda Douglas, who, there were some questions posed by her, and she said she needed a little time during the break to research those answers. What we were proposing perhaps to save some time is she can read what she believes to be the question, and then she can give the answer. And then there was a question or two also that Caitlin Olson got that needed a little time to respond to. So I can just ask Amanda a few questions and proceed that way, if that's okay with you, Mr. Examiner.
Is that okay? Yep, that's fine.
All right, Amanda, before we took the break, when you were answering some questions that were posed to you by the commission staff, I believe it was your testimony that if you had a little time during the break, you could take a look at some of your notes and some of the documents you have and respond to those questions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you want to just walk through the questions as you understood them and then provide us with the responses?
Yes.
Okay.
With respect to the projection system used, it was NAD 27, North Dakota State Plain, South, U.S. feet. The commission had a question about generally how would having a higher reservoir temperature impact plume size. So it should be noted that temperature isn't the main driver in dictating plume size. There's other parameters that are more sensitive, or the CO2 plume size is more sensitive to other parameters, but generally a higher temperature could result in a bigger plume. I had a question on why we saw precipitation of anhydrite and dissolution of dolomite, and what constituents in the water chemistry or the mineralogy used for those models was different than previous permits submitted that would cause this. We would like to provide that answer as a supplement. I had questions about the transport mechanisms for the freak sea modeling. For the upper confining zone, diffusion is expected to be the dominant transport mechanism due to the buoyancy of CO2. At the boundary between the reservoir and the confining zone, the reservoir will have a higher CO2 concentration. So diffusion will allow the movement of gas from an area of high concentration to an area of low concentration. So with respect to advection and dispersion, these are the expected dominant transport mechanisms for the lower confining zone. So dispersion in the sense of the CO2 mixing and forming saturated brine, and that saturated brine mixing with unsaturated brine that's unsaturated with CO2, and the different densities between the two, and that mixing by dispersion. So between that and advection, those are the expected dominant transport mechanisms, and that's why those were used for the lower confining zone. And there was a question on the use of MICP data and calculated relative permeability data. And we'd like to provide that as a supplement.
But that's all you have? Is that what the questions you received? Is that correct? Those are the questions?
Those are the questions I received. There's one more question that I received that Ms. Olson will be providing the answer to.
Mr. Examiner, unless there's other questions from the staff of Ms. Douglas, I would move to Ms. Olson.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay. Caitlin, can you recite for us what the question was that you're going to address for us now?
Yeah, the first question, Rich, I believe you asked, I don't remember the order in the questions, but you had asked about the nomenclature for some of those aquifers, and namely the Tongue River. The new name that is more recently used is Bullion Creek. And so that is the same formation. We're talking about the same thing there, just to clarify. And then the second question you had asked about the AOR and the minimum 1 mile buffer outside of the storage facility area. That language comes from 4305-0105. And that language is used throughout that rule. And it references the area several times. And just to give an example, it will say something like, the evaluation must do X, Y, Z in the facility area and within 1 mile of its outside boundaries. So the AOR, when we talk about reviewing wells and items inside of the AOR, is the storage facility area and 1 mile boundary pursuant to 4305-0105.
Okay, if there's no questions from the staff, Mr. Examiner, we're ready to move forward with our next witness as we talked. I'm sorry.
I did have a couple questions that weren't addressed. The net positive or net negative? on those other-
I stated earlier that we'd like to provide those two as
Okay,
supplements.
as a supplement still? Okay. And then I apologize, but I did have one set of questions that I forgot to hit, and I'll have to find it again in my notes. Page 266. Yes.
Thank you.
And I guess the narrative actually starts on page 265 regarding your more Plume critical stress analysis of faults. The faults that you have depicted in figure 242, can you identify what depths those were identified at, or what range of, that there's been testimony that there's no faults in the injection reservoir or the confining zones. So where are these faults coming from? How were they identified?
Yes. So the 3D seismic survey acquired over the project area led to the identification of several deep faults within the all three storage facility areas. These faults originate within the Precambrian basement, and all of them terminate below the top of the interlake formation, which is approximately 3,000 feet below the Broom Creek formation.
So they're all deep
Correct.
features. Okay. And those are some of the items that are identified, or at least visibly identifiable on, say, figure 241 on page 264?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Examiner, if there aren't any further questions, our plan now is to call 4 new witnesses, and then we will recall Caitlin Olson to do the comparison between what we've discussed in great detail, which is the Lang Gang, with the Fisher and the Hins, and then we're going to recall Wade Basance to talk about the amendment that the commission received a letter on from Minn Kota.
Okay.
So our first witness will be James Powell.
Mr. Powell, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do, Your Honor.
You go by Jimmy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Will you state your full name for the record?
James Ernest Powell,
And Jimmy, by whom are you employed,
Summit Carbon Solutions,
and in what capacity?
Chief Operating Officer.
What I'd like you to do is briefly highlight for the examiner, commission staff, and opposing counsel your educational background and work experience.
I have a Bachelor of Science in Engineering, and I have about 35 years of experience in the energy industry, predominantly upstream, midstream, with the last 25 leading large projects such as this, both internationally and in the U.S.
Okay, so I'm just going to have a question or two from you having to do with engineering and operational design. To what standard will the flow lines be constructed?
The flow lines, like the remainder of the pipeline system, will be designed, constructed, and operated in accordance with DOT regulations, CFR 49-195.
Okay, and can you explain how the three entities that have made application for the storage permits are going to work together and monitor the system and utilize the data that's provided through the SCADA system?
Yes, so from receipt of the CO2 molecules at the capture facilities, through transportation of the pipeline system, and through to the sequestration system, to the injection site and subsurface, it will all be operated as one integrated system under one supervisory control and data acquisition system, and it will be controlled from a single control center.
And Mr. Examiner, after I finish with a few questions, these other witnesses, Mr. Powell will be available for questions from the staff. So if I can move to the next witness, I'll do so.
Sure.
Next witness is John Hunt.
Mr. Hunt, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
John, would you state your name for the record, please?
John Hunt,
And John, by whom are you employed?
the EERC.
And in what capacity?
I'm a senior geoscientist and measurement reporting verification, or MRV specialist.
And can you briefly provide for the commission staff your educational background and work experience?
Sure. So I hold a Bachelor of Science and Master of Science degrees in geology. I'm a licensed professional geologist. And prior to the EERC, I worked at Chesapeake Energy as a petroleum geologist.
Okay. And you're going to talk just a little bit about, at least from questions from me, about Section 5 of the application, which has to do with testing and monitoring. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And my first question is, can you provide a brief summary of Table 5.2 in the application?
Yes. So Table 5-2 begins on page 5-4 of the TB Lightning application, or Exhibit 1A. And let me back up here just a little bit. So the testing and monitoring plan, the full plan, is laid out between tables 5-1, 5-2, and 6-1. So 5-1 being the pre-injection plan, 5-2 is the operational plan, and 6-1 is the post-injection plan. We're hitting the highlights of Table 5-2 simply because this makes up the bulk of testing and monitoring, and includes all of the different various activities that Summit will perform. And so let's go to Table 5-2. This is an overview of the operational testing and monitoring plan. And just to start us off, a brief description of really what's contained in this table. So if we're looking at the columns and we're stepping left to right, we see the first thing is the monitoring type. I'll touch on that a little bit more in a minute, but essentially, whether it's the CO2 stream or surface facilities, the well bores or the environment, those generally make up the monitoring types. Then we step over and we have the parameters. So what parameters are we interested in measuring? And then the next column describes the activity that will collect those data. Then we have the primary purpose of the activity listed, the equipment and any test associated with gathering that data, the location where that data will be gathered, and a sampling frequency described. Finally, in the last three columns, we have how that data, what data will make its way into the reporting to DMR. So we have the report content, the reporting method, and then the reporting schedule specified. So how I like to think about this plan overall is you're really following the CO2 stream as it enters the sequestration facility. And you're first and foremost analyzing the CO2 stream in terms of composition and end-to-end metering. So those are some of the things highlighted in the rows within the CO2 stream analysis section. There's also the surface facilities leakage detection plan, as well as the corrosion prevention and detection plan. Those generally, at a high level, have already been touched on a little bit, so I won't go into great detail there. And then we move to the wellbore sections. Now the CO2 stream has traveled through the service facilities and it's entered the wellbore. So here we're primarily focused on activities that look at monitoring wellbore integrity. So for example, pressure, temperature gauges, fiber optic cable, all of which provide continuous readings to monitor the operations of those wells, of the injection wells. And finally, we have, I guess, continuing on the wellbore monitoring part, we also include a downhole corrosion detection plan, and the key activity there is the pulse neutron log, which is also feeding into the wellbore mechanical integrity piece, where we have periodic pulse neutron logs planned to be acquired throughout the life of the project. And then finally, so now we've injected the CO2 into the storage reservoir, and what we're interested in is monitoring the volume in a targeted way as that CO2 expands within the storage reservoir, and ultimately that volume contained within the area of review boundary. So we have a near-surface monitoring plan, which is primarily made up of soil gas and groundwater, I guess wholly made up of soil gas and groundwater sampling, and then an above-zone monitoring interval, which is defined as the Opeechee spearfish to the Skull Creek. Again, pulse neutron logging for logging saturations, and then the fiber optic cable to look at temperature. And then finally, we end with the monitoring of the storage reservoir itself, which, again, will be conducted with the fiber optic cable to monitor the temperature profile of the storage reservoir, as well as casing conveyed pressure temperature gauges on the injection wells, and also a downhole pressure temperature gauge installed in the reservoir monitoring well. And then we have planned 3D seismic surveys, as has been testified to a little bit prior to this point, as well as a plan for monitoring seismicity with a surface array of seismometers.
No further questions for this witness. And the next witness will be, yeah, I know, I think, okay. Next witness is going to be Jay Volk. Jay Volk?
Mr. Volk, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Jay, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Lawrence. Jay Volk,
And Jay, by whom are you employed?
Semicarbon Solutions.
In what capacity?
I am the Sequestration Director of Health, Safety, Environmental.
Okay. And can you provide for us briefly your educational background and work experience?
Yes, Lawrence. I have a bachelor's degree, master's degree, and PhD from North Dakota State University. My PhD is in the Department of Natural Resources with Range Sciences. My work history has largely been through B&I Coal. Spent approximately 17 years there working on permitting compliance, testing and monitoring financial assurance plans, and site closures. The last 2 years I've been employed with Semicarbon Solutions working within the Class 6 regulations.
You're going to have to slow down a little bit.
I apologize. Thank you for the reminder.
And Jay, you're here today to discuss Section 7, which is Emergency and Remedial Response Plans, is that correct?
That is correct.
As well as financial assurance, which appears in Section 12, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so you'll be able to handle questions from the commission staff on those two subject areas, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, let me just ask you a question or two First, with respect to emergency and remedial response, can you tell us generally what is the purpose of emergency and remedial response plans?
Yes, Lawrence. The purpose of the ERP in Section 7 is really to provide guidance for a quick, safe, and effective response plan to keep the community and community workers and the environment safe. Items that we look at including in there are definitions and reviews of local resources.
Slow down a little bit.
I am sorry for a second time. Looking at areas such as what are the local resources in the areas, identification of potential events, as well as the response to the events.
And can you explain for us slowly the interactions that you've had with local first responders in Oliver, Mercer, and Morton counties?
Yes, our interactions between the three counties have really included a multi-layered approach to outreach. We've engaged all three counties with LEPC meetings. We've worked within dispersion methodology meetings. We've worked individually with LEC portfolio holders as well as with local responders on individual basis through safety tours or landowner meetings.
Okay, Jay, let's shift gears a bit and talk a little bit about Section 12, which is financial assurance demonstration plan. Can you provide for us a brief overview of the methodologies used to determine the financial assurance? And if you have to direct the commission's attention to any part of the application, that'd be great.
Thank you, Lawrence. And I would direct you to table 12-1 on page 12-2. The methodology that we used in developing the financial assurance plan really consisted of known cost, which included areas such as plugging and injection wells, the PISC plans, testing and monitoring, as well as site closures and the flow line abandonment sections. Other areas we looked at were estimated costs, and that was used to determine the ERP as well as endangerment to USDWs. We also looked at previous literature as well as previous Class 6 permits in developing the financial assurance plan.
Okay, and can you provide for us an overview of the cost estimates associated with the financial assurance?
Yes. So again, referring to table 12-1, for the TB Langang, the plugging and injection well cost was $1,166,000. Likewise, the PISC storage and facility monitoring was $4,225,000, as well as the flow line plugged in abandonment at $243,000. And I apologize, I'd have to ask, the PISC and storage facility is $4,225,000 if I misspoke on that. The ERP is $11,100,000, and the endangerment of USDWs is $2,695,000. And that gives a total of $20,316,000 between the three, between the TB Langang. I do want to make a quick reference before I move on to the other two sites is what is covered by the surety bond versus pollution liability policies is also outlaid in table 12-1, in which the plugging of injection wells, PISC storage facility and monitoring, flow line plugged in abandonment cost, as well as the site closure and remediation will be covered under a surety, whereas the ERP, as well as the endangerment of USDW's pollution liability policy will be used. Again, there's minor differences between SCS2 and SCS3, in which the total bond for SCS2 proposed is $20,868,800, as well as the KJ hints is $20,817,800. Cumulatively, the three are bonded at just over $62 million.
Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have for this witness. We do have another witness that we'd like to call at this time, Jean Oddie.
Ms. Oddie, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jean, would you state your full name for the record, please?
Jean Audie,
And by whom are you employed?
Summit Carbon Solutions,
In what capacity?
sequestration project engineer.
And could you briefly highlight for the commission staff your educational background and work experience?
Yes. I have a Bachelor of Science in Petroleum Engineering from Montana Technological University. Before Summit, I worked for Nesset, which is a engineering and geological consulting firm in which most of my responsibilities was around drilling engineering, design, and operations, as well as plugging and abandonment projects in the Williston Basin, including wells such as Class 2 saltwater disposal wells. And I joined Summit last year in January.
Okay. And you're here to discuss any questions the commission staff might have about well design, casing, cementing, plugging, and completion. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. A question or two having to do with well design casing. Can you, or excuse me, with respect to section 9, can you describe the well construction plan design? And if you have to refer to a particular figure or exhibit, please do so.
Yes, I'd like to direct your attention to figure 9-1 on page 9-2. So in this well construction program, starting with the surface section, the surface hole will be drilled with freshwater-based drilling fluid down to a depth within the Pierre Formation. Surface casing will then be set in place at least 50 feet below the base of the lowest underground source of drinking water. Surface casing will then be set and cemented in place from the surface casing shoe all the way to the surface of the ground to provide isolation to and from the underground source of drinking water. Moving on to the next section, we've got the long string casing. So that section will be drilled and cored at specific intervals. And then in accordance to Class 6 regulations and administrative code, corrosion-resistant alloy casing will be set in place to a depth below the Broom Creek Formation, which is in the Amsden. The long string casing will then be cemented in place with CO2-resistant cement from the shoe all the way to the Maori Formation, then cemented to surface.
Mr. Examiner, that's all the questions I have for this witness. I would point out that at this point in time, given the space that we have here for witnesses to sit, I would like to give the commission an opportunity to ask these witnesses questions, and then also point out that we do have 2 other individuals who are in the audience, and in the event these witnesses have some questions that they feel can be better answered by someone else, I would bring those people up. One is Jamie Bacchus, B-A-K-K-E-S, and the other is Louise, how do I pronounce that?
Piasco.
Piasco. Cool. P-I-A-S-O.
Okay. Any questions from the staff?
I will go ahead and start as before. I'm going to start with what I think are deferred questions for this group. Early on, Richard Suggs had asked on whether or not you would be able to provide industrial codes that best reflect the capture sources, such as the ethanol facilities. Is that something that you can provide at this time?
Yes, the ethanol NAICS code is 325193, reflecting as asked for the capture NAICS code. And that is for ethanol.
Earlier, an answer was provided for approximately how many miles of the MCE pipeline transmission pipeline system is within the North Dakota PSC jurisdiction. 352 miles was provided, but I believe, Jimmy, you would be able to confirm that number?
Yes, it's approximately 332 miles are in the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission, and the delta, roughly 19 miles, is within the NDIC jurisdiction. So Wade had it in aggregate correct, but the PSC is 332.
Okay. I had asked earlier on with the first group yesterday on whether or not royalties were being paid on the full CO2 stream or just the CO2 mass of the stream. Is there anyone in this group that can confirm that, or is that something that would need to be a supplemental?
No one can answer that. We'll have to supply you with supplemental information on that one.
Okay. In section 2 earlier, I had asked what the maximum pressure was applied during the microfracture testing in the Milton Flemmer 1 that was done across the Spearfish OPG formation.
Yes, I'd like to direct your attention to figure 2-7 on the TB Langing 1 permit.
I'm ready.
So relative to the Milton Flemmer 1, maximum injection pressure is highlighted with the black square box on the image on the upper section there. And from that graph, it looks like around 5580 PSI was pumped as the maximum. However, after evaluation, there was no breakdown pressure observed at that maximum pressure injected. And then referring to table 2-4, we do have a summary on the OPG Spearfish microfracture stress test, breaking down your breakdown pressure as well as your propagation pressure.
So some additional questions as it pertains to the microfracture testing that was done. A question that I had posed earlier was, how do you determine which sand package within the Broom Creek to target for these tests?
So prior to the micro in situ stress test, we ran logs such as your magnetic resonance log, as well as an FMI log and the sonic log, and in combination of that, along with the core photos that we observed, along with some field description, we were able to pick the representative sand package within the Broom Creek Formation and pick the test depths.
Could you elaborate a little bit more on what makes a representative sample?
Yes, so I'm gonna go back here to another figure, figure 2-5. We looked at the sonic log, and on column 7, we've got the facies there. So we looked at, good thick sandstone package, and then looking at the magnetic resonance log, that showed us good porosity in that test point. Then looking at making sure there are no visible bedding or fractures within the core photos that was collected, and any field description that was noted by the geologists on site.
So just to confirm, you're looking for a sand package that would represent good porosity and permeability, but without fractures that could possibly affect the results of the MDT test.
That's correct.
So as a follow-up to that, on average to date across the Broom Creek on previous applications, the frac gradient has been between 0.69 psi per foot to 0.712 psi per foot. Could you explain why we're seeing a larger variation across these three facilities, specifically as it relates to the /lazy H5, which was at 0.784 psi per foot, which would be above that range? Or what you anticipate might have caused it to be higher than what we've seen to date on past applications.
So with that, for the KJH, or sorry, the /lazy H5, cause of that could potentially be activities during the drilling operation that may impact. Also could be some bedding within the FMI logs that was observed. However, we are willing to, work with the DMR on solutions on confirming that value at the KJH sites. It is also part of our plan to perform an in situ stress test in the KJH, at least on one of the wells, In addition, we are planning on performing an injectivity test in the injection wells, again, to confirm these values, and that also applies in all 6 injection wells.
Would you be able to explain what effect the frac gradient has on the CO2 plume size?
That's probably a question that we'll have to recall Amanda to answer.
Okay. And I'm correct that we'll want to do that at the end, as far as recalling?
Yeah, what I thought we'd do is after we finish with this group, once again, because of the size of the group, we're going to have to recall Wade, Basance, and also Caitlin. Perhaps we can
Okay.
bring up Amanda at the same time and get that done if the examiner's okay with that.
I am okay with that. I was going to allow cross of these 4 before they go to sit down and bring them back up and sit down and bring them back up. Does that work? Is that fine?
I mean, there's a lot of people. I think it's a lot of cross. We can finish the remaining witnesses, I think, very quickly. That's kind of what I had in mind this morning, but it's certainly your call, Mr. Examiner.
Mr. Broughton, any input? Are you okay waiting with the other witnesses to be called, and then we can, then you'll have an opportunity to cross any one of the witnesses and recall them up here?
Yeah, I think with respect to that, I just want to be clear on record that specifically because what I'm running into now is difficulty with scheduling with experts and when they're going to be here. But thinking about what Mr. Bender is saying, whether I cross these folks now or cross all of these folks right after, I don't think that's going to help me on anything else. So I'm
Okay.
okay with that, but
Okay.
reserving my prior objections
Sure.
on the scheduling.
Your objections noted, so we'll go then with your witnesses.
Thank you.
Okay, just to continue on the microfracture testing, which you've already given some testimony on, just confirming that we would want to see a microfracture test done on either the KJ Hints 1 or 2, just to confirm that value, which was proposed in the testing and monitoring plan. Let's see here. So, as it pertains to how the microfracture test data is used in the simulation to calculate the bottom hole pressure constraints that are used in the model, if the results do come out substantially different on the KJ Hints 1 or 2, whichever you decide to do to confirm that result, it is likely DMR would want the model reran because of the bottom hole pressure constraint being affected by that frac gradient.
Understood.
Okay, I'm now moving into section 5. So I would like to go to table 5.3. So on this table, you have the CO2 stream composition specification that must be met for you to, I believe, accept a third-party source. My question related to this is whether or not all the sources you currently have contracts with have had samples taken or feed studies completed to confirm they meet or exceed that stream composition.
So the individual quality spec for each source is greater than 95%
Okay,
carbon dioxide. And we have done a stack test at each facility. And that will be done. The plants typically do them annually, unless we have a reason to do them intermittently. will follow their schedule. But the individual spec is not greater than 95% CO2.
Yeah, I think the confusion was a narrative right above table 5.3, since it states any new CO2 streams from third-party entities not accounted for at the time of permitting must also meet or exceed the specification once commingled. And you're saying at a minimum, at the source side, they would be greater than 95% with the anticipation that the commingled stream would be greater than 98.25%.
Correct. And it's my recollection, I think all but one of the 57 sources were 98% or higher. There was one facility that was about 96. So commingled, yes, it would be greater than the 98%.
And for any new sources that might come down the line, I'm guessing additionally you would want a stack test done before to confirm that they're going to meet the specifications to take that source.
You're correct.
Could you, yeah, we would require that data be submitted to us before we would approve new sources too.
Okay.
Could you elaborate on how the baseline isotopic signature of the CO2 stream will be resampled if new sources are added later on?
So I think I can.
Okay, go ahead, because I was just going to read the paragraph, but go ahead, John.
So in the event that a new source is added and approved by DMR, Summit would sample that new commingled CO2 stream within 1 year after adding that additional CO2 source to get its composition and isotopic signature.
Let's see. Will the meters that exist at, or sorry, let me rephrase that. Will meters exist at all the outlets at the CO2 source facilities, both in state and out of state, to be able to account for how much CO2 mass and total injection stream volumes each individual source is contributing?
Yes. So Coriolis meters will be installed consistently throughout the system.
And how do you plan to ratio those mass and volumes back to the individual 3 storage facility permits for reporting?
So I'm not the measurement expert, but it'll be reconciled. We'll have custody transfer from on the outlet or discharge side of the capture facilities. And then we'll have a measurement station at the terminus of the main line. And then we'll have Coriolis meters or measurement facilities at each of the injection sites. And so it'll be a mass balance from volume in from each of the 57 source plants all the way through what's injected at each of the well sites, and that'll be reconciled.
So I want to move us to figure 5.3 on page 512 of the TB Langen application. So this figure shows a generalized flow diagram. Could you walk us through this figure specifically as it relates to the capabilities to isolate individual flow lines from each other and how pigging of the flow line system will take place?
Yes, and this is a difficult diagram to do that from. And if you start from right to left, so each line segment on the discharge side of a capture facility will have a launcher. And then each pipe diameter change within the pipeline system will also have a launcher and receiver. And then when you get to the sequestration site, there will be a receiver at each of the well sites. So if you're looking right to left, so in a common pipeline diameter size, the launcher will be the initiation of that pipe segment. and then it'll go through right to left, and then you will, before it's, for instance, at the sequestration site, before it reaches the injection facility, then it will go through a receiver, and then downstream will be a meter or measurement station, which will include gas chromatograph, Coriolis meter, and pump. And then the line of demarcation will be on the inlet valve upstream of the shutdown valve at the injection facility.
So just to confirm, with the three individual flow lines, are you able to pig those separately?
Yes, each pipe diameter will be able to be pigged independently. So in the sequestration where we have 16, 20, and 24, each of those diameter changes, the entire segment will be able to be pigged independently.
And as a follow-up, are there any plans for an isolation valve at the junction of where the BK Fisher flow line called NDL 325 splits off from the TB Langen flow line known as NDL 327?
I mean, they may need help from Jamie if that's a diameter change.
Okay, we'll bring him up a little
Okay.
later.
Can you confirm the land description of where that junction occurs at those two flow lines? Looking at the prior figure 5.2, it looks like it's section 5, township 141, north range 87, but it's pretty small scale on the map.
It looks correct to me as well, but it is small scale. And again, perhaps Jamie can confirm. Lawrence.
So now I'd like to go to table 5.4 on page 514. In this table, the flow line has a maximum rate of 936 million standard cubic feet per day, approximately equivalent to 18 million metric tons a year. Earlier on in the project summary, the modeling had shown that this facility, the TB Langen specifically, would be able to take 124.4 million metric tons over a 20-year period, which would average around 6.22 million metric tons annually. Can you please confirm there's no intent to send, even though the line has the capacity to send the full 18 million metric tons, there's no intent to send it all to this one facility?
That is correct. There is no intent.
And on average, what do you anticipate the flow rate to be on this flow line?
Again, I'm going to have to defer to Jamie for that, Lawrence. Sorry.
Similarly, on the BK Fisher application, instead, and on its table 5.4 and page 514, it has a maximum rate of 314.5 million standard cubic feet per day, equivalent to around 6 million metric tons a year, and its modeling had more of an annual amount of 4.92 million metric tons. So again, just confirming again that you would not be exceeding what the modeling had showed in those bottom hole pressure constraints, even if the flow line capacity would allow you to.
That's correct.
And I'm interested in what the average flow rates will be for all three flow lines for when that gets deferred.
That's another Jamie question?
Yes.
Thank you.
So additionally, on that table, For all three of the applications, the typical operating pressure has a 900 psi range, roughly, going from 1250 to 2150 psi. And this might be a question that you need to defer again. I'm wanting to know why such a big range was given and whether or not you have kind of more within that range where you actually typically plan to be for all three facilities.
No, the range is just, it's to keep the CO2 in supercritical state. And so that's the range from 1250 to 2150, and it's really applicable predominantly over the pipeline system, because over the 2,500 miles, we have about, excluding the pumps at the discharge side of the capture facilities, we have 17, I believe, or recollect properly, 17 intermediate pump stations. So you have that pressure gradient from the discharge down to the suction side of the next intermediate pump station. So that's the range of pressures. As it says, the maximum operating pressure is 2183, but the discharge set points will be 2160. And then we've run the surge analysis, and of course, that's 110%. So that's, if I can do the math off the top of my head, about 2,400.
So a couple follow-ups to that. In the modeling, the model was done as being pressure constrained, both on bottom hole pressure and wellhead pressure, and not rate constrained. I'm curious as to why you have a maximum discharge pressure of 2160 psi when the wellhead pressure constraint in the model was only 2100 psi.
Yeah, I might have to defer that one.
Jamie
Lawrence.
again.
And just a statement, because this isn't a rate-constrained model, typically DMR would be going forward with setting a wellhead pressure constraint based on the model and not on operating conditions. When it comes to kind of the fluctuation that you had mentioned that you have on the pressure to keep it in a supercritical state, will the metering that you're planning to use be able to handle those fluctuations, knowing that the density of CO2 is affected greatly by both temperature and pressure, and both the temperature and pressure on this table 5.4 is a fairly substantial range?
Yes, it is. It will. The Coriolis meters can handle that variation.
And are those mass flow meters or volumetric meters?
Again, I'm not the measurement expert, but I believe that they're mass flow meters.
Do you have the answer? Oh, okay.
So some questions related to the corrosion prevention and monitoring detection that's being implemented for all three storage facilities. Can you elaborate a little bit more on the ER probes that are proposed and the impressed current cathodic protection system that's going to be used along the flow line system?
Yeah, so for the ER probe, DMR can think of those as, you guys are familiar with a corrosion coupon. So imagine this is a miniaturized corrosion coupon that is then attached to a probe that's attached to the flow line, where it's subjugated to the stream continuously, and in real time there will be continuous measurements of the electrical resistance of that miniaturized coupon or that probe, said another way. Those resistivity measurements are sensitive to changes in mass and thickness in particular.
What material is the composition of the ER probes?
So they will be of the flow line material as well as the wellbore material.
So there'll be two probes at at least each injection site.
That is my understanding.
And with the Impress current cathodic protection system, is that combined as far as the same system that's going to be across the flow line and the transmission pipeline, operated as a continuous protection?
It is.
Referencing back to that figure 5.2, I'm just looking for confirmation on what the land description would be for the terminus point. Again, on this one, it looks like it's section 5, township 141 north, range 86 west.
Is it something we can supply you with supplement?
Yeah, both of those locations could be confirmed in a supplement. That would be fine. So a question on the seal pot system that is planned to be used to maintain the tubing casing annulus pressure to approximately 300 psi. Are you anticipating any on-site tank storage, such as vessels needing to be on site for that system? That would be holding like packer fluid or brine, not necessarily a nitrogen vessel.
At this time, I don't believe we plan on having storage tanks for corrosion-inhibited fluid, but we will have the nitrogen seal pot, like you said, adjacent to the wellhead.
I guess just a note, if at any point those plans do change, secondary containment such as a dike would be required around any brine storage or the packer fluid. And also a note that a sundry variance would be required to have the 300 psi annulus pressure, just because currently, as rule requires, it's to be greater than the injection pressure.
Understood.
I believe this has already been answered earlier in part, but just to confirm, no baseline soil, gas sampling, or groundwater sampling has taken place yet, correct?
That is correct.
And that would be anticipated to begin approximately a year in advance of injection operations beginning.
That is also correct.
So this question is specific to the KJ hints, and it may need to be deferred. I'm just looking for how that year 19 was determined for the year to install the Fox Hills monitoring well next to the Raymond Jensen 134 P&A well.
Yeah, so in general, the idea there was, as has been testified to, previously, seismic surveys will be acquired at least every 5 years. So, year 2, year 4, year 9, year 14, year 19. And so the idea there was that as Summit is monitoring the CO2 plume expanding in the storage reservoir, we don't anticipate at this time that that legacy wellbore will see CO2, and certainly within that time frame. But taking a proactive approach, and after taking the seismic data and then reviewing that data to see how is the CO2 plume progressing, is it conforming to expectations? So that year 19 really just allows some of the opportunity, the optionality to wait to install that well until it is needed, and of course if it's determined that it may be needed prior to then they have that option as well.
So I want to reference section 5.7.2. Let me get a page number. So that would be page 526 in the TB Langen application. And it's paragraph 4, and this language is in all 3 applications. There's a statement that Summit reserves the right to evaluate and modify, if necessary, appropriate groundwater sampling locations and frequency. Just a note that any changes to the frequency or locations should go through DMR for approval and review.
Yes, acknowledged.
And that would apply as well as far as any changes made to the near surface monitoring during the PISC period.
Understood.
Could you give a little more testimony on the local passive seismicity array that's planned to monitor for potential induced seismicity?
Sure. So at this time, Summit has plans to install multiple seismometers at the site. At this time, a specific layout or design or number of stations is unknown. But prior to injection, Summit would request bids from vendors to put together a site-specific strategy. We understand today that by multiple, in order to properly triangulate and locate any seismicity events, you would need at least 3 seismometer stations as a minimum.
Just a statement that once a layout's known, that information should be provided to DMR.
Understood.
Let's see. I think that's all I have currently. Thank you.
Jimmy, I asked a question earlier that they punted to you, so I'll ask it again. At its closest, approximately how far away is the facility for the TB Langang from an occupied dwelling?
I apologize because I don't have each site memorized, but I believe the closest dwelling to either, any of the well sites is about 4,400 feet. I'm sorry, 2,200 feet. 2,200 feet. I believe the furthest is about 4,100 feet, but it's 2,200 feet. And we can clarify if that's line gang or if that's one of the other two.
I think we might just ask that a supplemental's provided as far as the proximity of how close the flow line is for each individual one to the closest dwelling.
Okay, and I believe the closest dwelling to a flow line at either location is 700 feet, but we can provide the exact distances for all 3.
Could you add to that also closest distance to a wind turbine, specifically for the TB Langen application?
Yes, we can do that.
Keep asking questions. Just be quiet. So section 7, the emergency remedial and response plan, that's you, Jay?
Yes.
Is that correct? Under the section 7.6, I'll let everybody get there. It indicates that the company organizational structure is still in flux and in development. Do you note that it's expected that we to complete that before being provided authorization to inject. We would expect that to be nailed down.
Without a doubt, we're continuing to work on, as the rest of the project continues to develop, integrated response plan as well, which will be consistent with this one. And we will supply that when done and prior to injection.
Okay. We get the answer from this one. Oh, yeah. So this is in the PIS section. Hopefully one of you can answer this. For all three applications on figure 6.2. Give me a second and I'll get a page number for that. That is page 6-6 in Exhibit 1A for the TB Lingan application. Can you, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Are you guys there? Can you explain how the CO2 extent 10-year post-injection boundary was determined?
I think we would want to bring one of the other witnesses up to answer that.
Probably Amanda. What's the setback being proposed for the flow lines?
Again, the setbacks for the flow lines, similar to the pipeline in North Dakota that's under PSC jurisdiction, complies with state law, 500 feet as a minimum.
What type of notification systems in place should residents or businesses need to be notified in an emergency?
We've had numerous conversations with Oliver County, Mercer County, and Morton County, and this is an area we've determined to work cumulatively on and develop. So right now, there's multiple systems being used between Mercer County and Morton County. I believe Mercer County and Oliver are both using reverse 911. Morton County is using that as well as, I believe, some secondary options. So we have committed to continuing working with all three counties to provide the data needed to make sure the notification system is going to be consistent throughout all three counties.
How often do you plan on doing training with these local emergency response teams?
On an annual basis at minimum. I believe it's not to exceed 15 months, but it is on the annual basis.
Yeah, I'll just add that since we know that in North Dakota, and I'm not sure, but specific, Jay, you could help me on Mercer, Morton, or Oliver, but a lot of the counties have volunteer fire departments, and sometimes those personnel interchange or are unavailable, so we've committed to providing training on a more frequent basis as needed.
Hope you guys will, someone here at the table will be able to answer this one, but this has come up in the past. But are there any special considerations for DMR field inspection staff to be coming onto the sites? Do you have, or do you have any, are you aware of any issues that might bring up having a DMR inspector on site for some of the sites?
As expected, unrestricted access for any regulatory items such as DMR access. With that being said, previous work I've done has always provided on-site hazard training for and up to including inspectors. so they have the proper notices of what is out there or what needs to be out there. And if any special training would be required for those inspectors, we will make sure that's available.
Would you be able to
Travis,
provide?
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
On that note, if there is anything anticipated at this time, I would ask that it be provided as a supplemental for what you'd anticipate the DMR inspection staff needing to have under their belt or have training for accessing your facilities.
We will provide that.
Thank you.
As it relates to sections 9, 10, and 11, the construction, plugging, and completion plans for the proposed Class 6 wells and monitoring wells, we just want to note that it will require typical DMR approvals prior to executing, just so you understand.
Understood.
I want to move to section 11, the injection well. We have one question, or a couple of questions. Can I? Okay. Then we'll go to 12. Sorry, excuse me. You're approximating it'll cost about $583,000 to plug one injection well. Are you guys considering that it's going to probably require a big rig to handle that size of tubing?
That's correct. With a 7-inch tubing, we will need a bigger workover rig. In addition to that, the anticipation of the plugging plan is also to set CO2 resistant cement. So those estimated costs are included in the plugging cost.
Okay. And you touched on this earlier about the surety bonds, but you're proposing to use a surety bond for the injection well plugging phase and the PISC phase. Are you planning to have one surety bond or two separate bonds for each phase?
At this point in time, we have not allocated, or we have not committed to a certain provider, so that'll be forthcoming. At minimum 30 to 60 days prior to injection would be submitted to you. We know we will be using the surety and the pollution liability for those, and I can't today tell you in certainty if those will be split between the phases you asked.
I'm just gonna jump in and, not necessarily a recommendation, but something to consider is, clearly as you work through, closing one of these facilities, plugging the injection wells is going to be the first item. If they are on separate sureties, that would allow you the ability to request one to be released while maintaining the other one for continued PISC monitoring. So, again, just something to consider.
Appreciate that, and we will provide additional information to you.
Can you elaborate a little more on the emergency and remedial response plan and the endangerment to USW or underground sources of drinking water costs were determined?
I just want to make sure I'm getting to the right figure. If you bear with me for 1 second. There it is. So I'm going to direct your reference to page 12-10 and table 12.7. So first of all, I want to start off with what the actual scenario was used to determine the estimated cost on ERP, as well as to your specific question, the USDWs. The scenario that was used was a well failure or integrity issue with the well in which a loss and containment event happened. To get into more specific details on that, I will have Gene talk through that. But to the specific cost as it relates to the USDWs, it is broken out between, in Table 12-7, the general response actions, delineation, and water replacement at 1.89 million, as well as the quarterly monitoring, which is dictated on a 10-year period for 750,000. And then the plugging and abandonment cost of the groundwater monitoring wells in that area is another 55,000, which came up to 2.6 million.
And you did mention that the failure mechanism is a loss of a containment event. Okay.
That's correct.
Just want to note that the average, okay, I don't need to. All right.
No,
Never mind.
I do have a follow-up on that. Clearly, the costs are slightly different for all three facilities for the emergency remedial response. Can you just kind of go over what parameters were used to determine those costs that would cause that fluctuation?
Yes. The difference largely comes into on the general response, delineation, and water replacement line item. What we tried to do is look at more site-specific characterizations in those areas, how many wells, what would be their water replacement cost, and that was the distinguishing difference that drove the number up or down.
Nothing further from me.
Just a couple of additional items. I'm going to jump back up to 513. The second to last paragraph on that page related to custody transfer of the CO2. The way that's described is that the CO2, when it reaches the terminus point, will become the custody of SCS-1, and it will remain that way until it goes down the hole at any of the 3 different facilities. Am I understanding that intention correctly?
So that's page 515.
Page 513, the second to last paragraph.
That's my understanding.
As the flow lines are anticipated to be owned by the individual storage facilities, SCS 1, 2, and 3, would Summit be opposed to a requirement that would require a flow meter at each, at the beginning of each of the individual flow lines? And an actual custody transfer happening as it moves from one line into the other.
So versus having measurement at the terminus of the main line of demarcation where they, oh, sorry, as opposed to just having the single meter at the terminus of the main line at the jurisdiction breakpoint, and then a individual meter at each well pad or well site. You're suggesting or recommending that we'd have an intermediate meter then at the beginning of each of the laterals from that segment of main line, flow line, to each well site.
Yeah, I think it would end up with at least 2 additional meters in play. One being where the CO2 would go north to the KJ Hintz facility, and one at the point where it goes west from the Langang to the Fisher.
I'm not opposed to that.
Okay. with respect to the cathodic protection system that's being proposed, has that already been designed at this point?
It hasn't been the current cathodic protection system. Generally, we're going to have to, since we've added additional source points and additional laterals along the whole system, we're going to have to go back and rebalance the system and figure out if the location of the ground well, the ground beds have changed, where they need to be expanded, etc. So it needs to be reconfigured
How about
upstream of the sequestration area.
Okay,
As far as the sequestration area, it's generally been designed, but we'll refine that.
Okay, so that is still under works and will be refined?
Correct.
Okay, so when that is determined, we'll want the location of the anno beds identified, and pursuant, there's, on page 515, in section 531, there's indication of, what am I reading? Summit Carbon Solutions will supply DMR with a map of cathodic protection boreholes to meet the requirements of 4305.015. Do you anticipate actually drilling any cathodic protection boreholes, or will this system entirely utilize anode beds?
It's my understanding anode beds. We'll clarify.
Okay. And so regardless, we'd want those locations identified.
Yeah.
And I think, John, you testified to this earlier, but there's some narrative on 529 that indicates that you will be running 3D seismic at years 2, 4, and 9. It is the intent to run 3D seismic as early as year 2 after injection?
That's, yes, yeah, and in the narrative, it says by year 2, so just to be clear. Yeah.
Okay. But my point, my confirmation is that there will be a sequence of 3D seismic run shortly after beginning injection and another one prior to the 5-year review.
Correct.
Okay. I'll point out that if anything looks significantly off at that 2-year mark, it is expected that you will report that and we'll begin the determination of whether or not we need to accelerate that hearing.
Understood.
On page 532, there's the narrative about the traffic light system for the passive seismicity, and you have the cutoff points of 2.7, 4.0, and 4.5. Can you elaborate on what the significance of those values as cutoff points are?
So 2.7 is the point at which humans can begin to feel seismicity. And so that's why that one is listed there. For events 4 and 4.5, I don't have off by memory. I would need to go and refer back to the team on that one.
Okay. If that's something that can't be provided in short notice or short period as part of this testimony, possibly supplemental, just confirming what the importance of those values is in that system.
Understood.
I think this is for Jay on 717. The last sentence under the 7.5.1 section. It reads, in addition, assistance has been secured from local emergency services to implement this EERP. Which emergency services have you specifically worked with and secured their assistance in execution?
So we continue to develop this as a overarching plan. We have reached out to, as I've said, Warren County, Oliver County, as well as Mercer County, including the fire departments in numerous of the surrounding towns. A couple of them are Beulah, Hazen, Center, Zap. So without having what I would call, and I'm going to say maybe that statement today is not totally defined as the ERP isn't, but continued working agreements with, or continued working with them to commit to, one, I understand there's a memorandum of understanding of mutual aid between all of them, or actually statewide now. So they have recognized that. Two is they've recognized that we will continue to work together in developing that plan, and know they have different capabilities between the units, and that is what we're going to continue to work on to supply what I would call as an integrated plan between all three counties.
So I guess, with respect to this statement in the application,
We have not secured an agreement, so I would say that wording probably should be changed at this point.
okay.
I would say commitment's a better word than agreement.
That's all I need, thank you.
Okay, before we recall those witnesses, why don't we take a 10-minute break?
Okay.
Okay, we are back on the record. Attorney Bender, you wanted to recall some witnesses.
Yes, we're going to recall Caitlin Olson.
Microphone?
Oh, sorry. We're going to recall Caitlin Olson. We're going to recall Wade Basance. And then to answer some of the questions that came up to staff, we'll be recalling Amanda Douglas. And then we'll have one new witness. As you may recall, there were some questions to the previous group, and they were deferred to Jamie Bacchus. And I apologize, I misspelled his name earlier when there was a question on it. It's Backus. So with that in mind, we'll call Caitlin Olson back.
Ms. Olden, just a reminder, you're still under oath?
Caitlin, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 8B. Can you tell me what 8B is?
8B is the storage facility permit application comparison summary table.
And when we started the hearings, I briefly explained to the... Yes. When we started the hearing, Caitlin, you may recall me talking very briefly about the fact that we were going to spend a lot of time on the Langang application, and then we were going to sort of do contrast and compare Langang with Fisher and Hens after that. Do you recall that?
I do.
Okay. And is 8B a sort of a visual aid in you being able to go through and make those comparisons?
That's right.
Okay, let's start. I'm not going to interrupt you much, but why don't you start by first talking about the various columns and what your method was for laying this out, and then you can explain it to the commission.
Sure. So the intent of this comparison summary table was just to lay out the differences between all three permits. Listening to the hearings today, I feel like most of these points have been covered by DMR staff or otherwise in testimony. But you'll see here across the top the columns named SFP permit section that relates to the section of the permit that we're talking about. Then you'll see Summit Carbon Storage number 1, TB Line Gang, Milton Flemmer 1. That's referring to permit number 1, the TB Line Gang permit. Likewise, the second column is the BK Fisher permit, and the third column is the KJ Hens permit.
Okay, then let's, why don't we start out first with the project summary, and what I'll probably do is have you explain that in detail, and then we can kind of walk through the other sections, and you can probably more abbreviate your discussion of it.
Sure. So as Wade testified to the project summary earlier today, the only material difference in the three permits in relation to the project summary is the applicant name listed. All other aspects of Wade's testimony apply to the TB Line Gang, the BK Fisher, and the KJ Hens, as you'll see noted in that row.
Okay, let's go to the next column, or not the next column, the next row.
Section 1 pore space access. There's minimal content changes between the permits, as you'll see noted. There is one thing to specify in the BK Fisher permit, and that is that there is Coyote Creek mining mine land located within the hearing notification area.
And I think as a result of some questions that came to Amanda, she pointed that out in one of the exhibits. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. Let's go on then to section 2.
Section 2 is the geologic exhibits portion of the storage facility permit. You'll remember, as Amanda testified to yesterday and earlier today, that the model extents used across all three permits are the same. Logging efforts are the same. Microfracture in situ stress tests were performed in all three wells, and all three permits. And all three permits used the same 2D and 3D seismic surveys. The differences that we'll talk about here mainly have to do with site-specific characterization work. You'll note that in the TB Line Gang permit, the Minikata Formation is present, as Amanda had testified to earlier. The Minikata Formation is absent in the BK Fisher permit and in the KJ Hens permit. Again, site-specific storage complex formation data varies between all three permits, as noted here. That includes core data, log, testing, things like that. And the last point to make here on Section 2 geologic exhibits is that the number of borehole image logs varies between all 3 permits.
All right, then let's go to section 3, please.
Section 3 discusses the geologic model construction and numerical simulation of CO2, as Amanda had testified to previously. The same data inputs were used. Again, as described in Section 2, the same model was used across all 3 permits. The same simulation was performed where all 3 well sites were simulated as injecting at the same time. You'll note here that there are minor variations in Section 3 where site-specific data is used to derive individual injection pressures, rates, temperatures, and critical threshold pressure estimations. Those are the only differences of material value.
All right, and the next row is section 4, the area of review. Can you briefly discuss what's contained in that row?
Area of review, as I testified to earlier, uses the same groundwater sampling method across all 3 permits. The methodology remains the same. There are site-specific differences that have to do with the number of wells based on the specific area of review and what wells exist there. Other differences include other site-specific surface features, which may include springs, mining land, as I had discussed previously, and any legacy oil or gas wells. To note, there are no legacy oil and gas wells present in the TB Line Gang or BK Fisher area of review. There is one legacy oil and gas well in the KJ Hints permit, as I testified to earlier.
I'm going to try to get some points here with the court reporter, so can you slow down just a little bit?
I thought I was.
Let's go to the next section, section 5.
Section 5 discusses the testing and monitoring plan. Across all 3 permits, leak detection plans are similar, flow line corrosion prevention plans are similar, and baseline testing and logging plans are similar. There are minimal differences for mechanical integrity testing across all 3 permits. You'll note that in the TB Line Gang permit, the Milton Flemmer 1 will use tubing conveyed gauges, as Jean had previously testified to in Section 9. The other 2 stratigraphic test / monitoring wells will use casing conveyed gauges. Environmental monitoring plans, again, are site-specific, but the methodology remains the same.
Okay, the next section, please.
Section 6, the post-injection site care and facility closure plan. The monitoring programs are similar across all 3 storage facility permits. There are minimal differences related to the monitoring well-specific details. For example, the maximum pressures seen across each storage facility.
All right, and then section 7 I have labeled on my exhibit emergency and remedial response plan. Can you discuss that for us, please?
The content between all 3 permits is the same materially.
Okay, and section 8?
Again, the material content is the same, and there are no large differences.
And section 9?
All 3 storage facility permits abide by the same North Dakota rules and regulations, such as requiring surface casing 50 foot below the lowermost USDW and CO2 resistant cement casing within the injection reservoir zones. You'll note that the biggest differences are that the Milton Flemmer 1 stratigraphic test well and monitoring well was drilled deeper. It was drilled to 12,000 feet. The other 2 wells, the Archie Erickson and the / Lazy H, were drilled to approximately around 6,000 feet. That would result in just differences in cementing. Some are 2 stages for the shorter wells, and some are 3 stages in those completions.
All right, let's go to section 10, the plugging plan.
There are no material differences in the plugging plans across all 3 permits. Plug placement will vary based on formation depths, depending on where those formations exist within each specific wellbore.
And section 11, injection well and storage operations.
Again, the Milton Flemmer 1 well, since it will be using tubing conveyed pressure gauges, tubing will be installed in the Milton Flemmer 1 well. Prior to injection operations beginning in that storage facility permit and the TB line gang, that well will be plugged back. It's currently drilled to about 12,000 feet. There will be no tubing installed in either the Archie Erickson monitoring well or the / Lazy H monitoring well. There are site-specific differences in maximum bottom hole pressures, injection amounts, etc., as seen in Table 11-1.
Okay, and Jay spent some time comparing and contrasting the financial assurance. Keeping that in mind, can you just discuss Section 12 for us?
Yeah, Jay did a great job testifying to the differences already. There are minimal differences between all 3 storage facility permits. The total bond amount between the 3 storage facility permits varies slightly, and those minimal differences are related to the cost estimates of the post-injection site care and facilities plan, and namely the number of monitoring wells at each site, the reservoir monitoring well design characteristics, flow line lengths, and costs associated with endangerment of USDWs.
All right, now let's spend a little time with the appendices that are attached to each one of the applications. Let's start with Appendix A.
There are no material differences between all 3 permits other than they use site-specific information.
And Appendix B.
There are, again, no material differences in Appendix B freshwater well sampling analysis other than the results are site-specific.
And Appendix C.
There are no material differences in Appendix C across all 3 storage facility permits. You'll note here that site-specific information, namely XRD data, was used to inform mineralogical compositions for injection zone and confining zones. Again, stratigraphic well specific water ionic compositions were used, and therefore the simulation results are site specific.
And Appendix D.
There are no material differences between the 3 storage facility permits. You'll note that TB line gang does list information for those tubing conveyed pressure temperature gauges.
And then finally, Appendix E.
There's no material differences. The differences relate to the permits themselves.
Well, Mr. Examiner, I think I'll offer the exhibit, and I don't have any further questions for Ms. Olson.
Any objections?
No objection.
The exhibit is admitted. You can proceed to your next witness.
Next witness is Wade Basons.
And
We're
just
gonna
to
have
remind Mr. Basons, you're still under oath.
Yes.
Wade, while we're handing out the exhibits, I'm just going to have you direct your attention to what's been previously marked as Exhibit 1C1. Derek, can you tell me when you get a copy? Sure.
Okay, ready?
Okay, thank you. Wade, can you tell me what Exhibit 1C1 is?
It is the storage agreement for SES number 3, or the KJ Hens storage site.
And can you briefly describe the amendment to the Hens storage unit that Summit is proposing with this exhibit?
Yeah, so in this exhibit, it includes an amendment in what is labeled in here as Section 3.12.
Okay. And can you explain to the commission staff why Summit is proposing the addition of Section 3.12 to the Hens storage agreement?
Yes, so as you're aware, in the from the previous, or my testimony yesterday, the KJ Hens is in proximity to the DCC facilities. I think I mentioned yesterday, or I did mention yesterday, that approximately 3 miles between the storage boundary of storage area boundary of the KJ Hens and the DCC West facility. And so Summit and Minn Kota have been in discussions around a border agreement in terms of how we would work together to manage our storage operations or cooperate in storage operations. And so this amendment outlines what we have agreed to in terms of general terms as those discussions have advanced to this point.
Well, it's my understanding, Wade, that the HINS storage agreement already has a language for a border agreement for the parties to enter into a border agreement. Why was it necessary to add section 3.12?
Yes, so you're correct in that the application or the storage agreement in the application includes border agreements. This section is specific to border agreement between Summit SCS number 3 and the DCC facilities. And so we thought it was prudent at this time, given our discussions, to lay out the general terms that we'd have agreed to at this point in anticipation of finalizing that border agreement upcoming here, but this would set forth, in essence, the, call it general terms and expectations of the border agreement, which the parties have agreed to work together on. We believe it's in our best interest to do so, and so we're submitting it here today.
So it's Summit's request and Minnecota's request that the storage agreement for the HINS storage facility be amended to include the language which is set forth in 3.12. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that's correct.
That's all the questions I have for this witness. Offer that exhibit, which is Exhibit 1C1.
Any objections?
I don't have an objection to the admission of the exhibit. I have an objection to the amendment itself to the application at this point, given these circumstances, but not to the admission of that exhibit into the record.
Okay. We will note your objection and admit the exhibit.
Mr. Examiner, we'd now like to move to Amanda Douglas. If you recall, there were some questions when we had the larger group up here that we believe Amanda can respond to, so I believe she's still
Yeah,
sworn.
just a reminder, you're still under oath.
Understood.
Do you want to handle it the way you did last time, Amanda, where you indicate what the question is and then you respond?
Yes. And DMR staff, if I miss any, please let me know. The first question I believe that was asked and deferred was how would fracture pressure gradient influence CO2 plume size? Generally, the fracture pressure gradient is used to calculate the bottom hole pressure constraint. So 90% of the fracture pressure gradient is used to define the bottom hole pressure constraint as required by regulations. A higher fracture pressure gradient would result in a higher bottom hole pressure, allowing for more injection of CO2, which would generally result in a larger plume. However, I'd like to point out in the modeling cases that we ran, in the permits in section 3, the 2100 psi wellhead pressure constraint was met prior to the bottom hole pressure constraint being met. So in this case, the higher fracture pressure gradient at one of the sites is not dictating a larger plume size for the case, simulation case presented in the permit application.
I believe that's the only question that, there's another one?
I was just pausing, sorry.
Oh, okay. That was a long pause.
Waiting for the commission to write their notes. Another question, I believe, Travis, you asked a question on stabilized plume. Could you please restate your question? Or post-injection period?
Oh, okay. Hang on 1 second. Yep. Yeah, on figure 6.2, Can you explain the CO2 extent 10-year post-injection, how that 10-year post-injection boundary was determined? It's on page 6.6 or 6-6.
Yep, so the simulation model was used to simulate the 20 year of injection and several years post-injection. And so the plume as labeled here is showing the CO2 plume extent at 10 years post-injection as determined, as predicted by that modeling simulation.
Okay. What parameters are used to determine when the plume is stable, when the plume is stabilized?
So plume stabilization is determined by looking at the rate of change in plume area over time. So the rate of change in the plume area over time decreases. And so we calculated the rate of change over 1 year time steps and looked at the point in time where rate of change slowed down. And in that case, the cutoff was determined to be less than 2 square miles of change per year in plume area, and that was used as our cutoff to determine when the CO2 plume stabilized. 0.2 miles, sorry if I misstated that.
And that's using the 5% saturation cutoff as well within those square footage movement.
That's correct.
Thank you. That's all I had.
So Tammy, you asked a question about the pressure from the flow lines and the wellhead pressure used in modeling. Could you restate that question?
Yes, so on table 11.1 on page 11.2, for all 3 applications, there's a note that maximum injection pressure during operations will be limited to surface equipment pressure ratings and the maximum bottom hole pressure constraint. In table 11.1 and in section 3 in the model, you report that you used a wellhead pressure constraint of 2100 psi alongside the bottom hole pressure constraints. However, in the testing and monitoring section in table 5.4, the flow line maximum operating pressure is listed at 2183 psi, along with a maximum discharge pressure of 2160 psi. So my question was why those operational values on the flow line are higher than the wellhead pressure constraint that was used in the model.
So can you restate the value of the flow line? Did you say it was 2,160?
2183 for max operating pressure, 2160 for max discharge pressure.
Do you want to hand that off to Jamie, or?
Yes.
Reluctantly?
So before Lawrence introduces Jamie then, you guys had a question on the stoplight system and the magnitude of earthquakes used in that stoplight system. So John described 2.7 is the lower value for that stoplight system. Again, that's the threshold for a felt earthquake. Greater than a magnitude of 4 was chosen essentially for that next step in the stoplight system at earthquake magnitude level 4. That's where the magnitude of the earthquake would be sufficient to, it's generally described by the USGS as shaker rattle dishes. That's how the USGS describes it. So at that point, the stoplight system states that SCS will stop injection, perform inspection on surface facilities and wells to ensure there's no damage, and then reduce operations while a detailed analysis is done to determine whether or not injection operations caused that, or that could have been a natural earthquake that their monitoring array is just picking up. And then over 4.5, is the cutoff for a complete stop of operations and working with the regulator to determine if any changes to injection operations are needed.
So why the 4.5? What's the significance of that transition?
So as you get from 4 moving up till 5, so earthquake magnitude 5, as described by the USGS, at earthquake magnitude 5, that's where you might start seeing potential damages to structure, such as cracked drywall, things like that. And so 4.5 is below that 5 threshold to provide that safeguard to make sure that operations are shut down before any earthquakes are induced that it could cause damage.
Okay, thank you.
Were there any other questions that you recalled that were deferred?
No.
Okay.
We'll now call Jamie Backus, I think, who can respond to the remaining questions. Jamie will, and Jamie has not been sworn.
I'm swearing.
Okay.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Jamie, state your full name for the record.
Jamie Backus,
And Jamie, I misspelled your name earlier, so will you spell your last name?
Backus,
And Jamie, by whom are you employed?
Summit Carbon Solutions,
In what capacity?
project manager of topside facilities.
Okay, and can you spend just a few moments providing us with a summary of your educational background and work experience?
Bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering. I worked at DGC for a number of years, which is the chemical plant up near Beulah, and then I also worked in coal-fired power generation in roles such as engineer, maintenance superintendent, and plant manager.
And what are some of your duties and responsibilities with respect to your employment at Summit?
That would be design of the topside facilities and equipment selection.
I don't have any other questions. He's available for the questions that, I don't remember exactly what they were, but I think Tammy may have had a few. Or do you recall the
Well,
questions?
I think I'll go through all the ones I have, and then let me know if I forgot any. So if we begin with the max pressure one that Amanda referenced, the max operating pressure of the pipe is set by thickness, flange ratings, etc. The maximum output pressure of the pump is set by the pump manufacturer, but we will have controls in place so that the wellhead pressure never exceeds the 2100 psi.
Sounds good.
Okay. The other question, the block valve where NDL 327 breaks off to NDL 325, we did not have intentions of putting a block valve there. Now with the discussion of potentially putting Coriolis meter there, we may revisit that, but we did not originally have intentions of putting one there because the mileage of the pipeline in that area did not require it.
So I guess I would just state, we would probably highly recommend, just because it gives you that extra ability to isolate between the facilities since they are owned by separate LLCs.
You'd asked about location of where NDL 327 goes to NDL 325. That is 141 North, 87 West, Section 5. The terminus point is 141 north, 86 west, section 5.
Okay.
Those were the ones that I had.
Okay. So an additional ones I had were what you anticipate the average flow rate to be for the 3 individual flow lines.
Yeah, so I would reference the section 11 for each one of the applications, and our average injection rate between the 2 wells, utilizing the 2100 PSI wellhead constraint. I would utilize the total of that number as to what will actually flow through the line to the well site.
So just to confirm, you plan to maximize rate up until the 2100 PSI wellhead pressure constraint?
Depending on flow coming in from the capture facilities, you know,
Sure.
the 16, I'll talk in rough numbers, the 16 million tons that is currently slated, yes.
Okay. I'm just checking to make sure I don't have anything else here. I think that's all I have for deferred questions. I'll let anyone else go. I do have one question on the Exhibit AB afterwards, so.
When you say afterwards, I'm sorry, I don't mean to question you, but,
Anyone else in
Oh,
DMR
I
that
see.
has
Okay,
deferred
okay.
questions, sorry.
okay, thank you.
I think you can ask.
So on Exhibit AB on page 5 of 6, I think there might be a typo on the KJ hints column under section 12, number 2. It states additional groundwater monitoring well and soil gas profile station has been added at Legacy Well 4942. Based on the figure in the application, it's an additional Fox Hills monitoring well, not a soil gas station, just to confirm. And that would be figure, give me a second.
You're correct, that's a typo. There's not a soil gas station planned near that additional legacy well, just a Fox Hills monitoring
Okay.
well.
Thank you.
Well, at this time, I guess we'll move to cross-examination unless there's anything else.
Yeah, and I will, I'll accommodate Derek in any way, if you would prefer that other group of people that we had up a few moments ago, and conduct your cross-examination on those witnesses first, or if you want to use this group, whatever you prefer. I'll try to accommodate you.
Give me just one moment, please. Maybe for efficiency, if you don't mind, I can just start with some of the questions I had for these witnesses and then finish that and recall any that I need that were up prior.
I'll try not to object, but I would hope you would keep it to,
Yeah.
you know,
Yeah, I have questions based on this testimony.
on the direct we just had.
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
Ms. Douglas, I think you had testified about the plume stabilization parameters and indicated that the stabilization cutoff was determined to be when less than 0.2 square miles of change occurred in any given year at the 5% saturation cutoff. Do I have that right?
Correct.
Did you also model let me start over. Did you run the model to determine the total duration over which the plume would keep moving regardless of rate?
I can't recall off of the top of my head. I know we modeled it for a significant post-injection duration. I was not directly involved in determination of stabilized plume, so I don't have that information readily available.
Who made the determination for stabilized plume? Or who was involved with that?
Apologies, I don't have those names readily available.
Was it people at EERC?
Yes.
Okay. There was some discussion of the stoplight system. Why not notify DMR of events between a 4 and a 4.5?
That's not included here as written, but I think that'd be prudent to add that.
Ms. Olson, you testified on Exhibit 8B. Regarding the different depths for the 3 wells. Do you have an understanding as to why they drilled the 3 different wells to those specific depths?
Generally, yes.
And just generally, what is your understanding?
My understanding is they were drilling the Milton Flemmer to get core data from deeper formations.
Okay. Did they complete, or are there plans to complete that at a higher interval at some point with a plug?
There are no plans to my knowledge.
I have some questions, Lawrence, related to surface facilities, and Mr. Volk did some testifying, but it sounds like Mr. Backus has an understanding as well. Do you mind if I ask him the questions, and if he can't answer, we can call Jay Volk up? Okay.
I have no problem with that. It may save time if you just try it that approach.
Okay. Mr. Backus, can I have you turn to the generalized flow diagram on page 512 of Exhibit 1A? And can you describe the purpose of the blowdown, which is indicated on the generalized flow diagram?
Thank you. In hopes of not getting called up, I didn't bring my glasses. The blowdown on the receiver?
Correct.
Yes, that would be for when a pig is received in there and the receiver is isolated, that blows down the pressure and the CO2 so that the pig can be removed and data can be retrieved from it.
Are there emergency pressure relief valves on the system anywhere? As far as what we're looking at in the generalized flow diagram?
There is a thermal relief valve, but not emergency pressure relief valve.
How do you deal with a unexpected spike in pressures coming through this system?
I think that is dealt with through controls of the pipeline, pump, pressure control valves to maintain pressures that can be withheld within the existing facility.
Can you explain that a little more?
In order to have a pressure spike, something would need to do that. And a pump would be the obvious thing. And there are controls on the pump, be it variable frequency drive or just the nature of the pump that would keep it underneath of the failure pressure of the piping. Or the maximum operating pressure, I should say. I'm sorry.
Do you believe there's a 0% chance of pressure causing some kind of a release from the surface facilities post Midwest Carbon Express terminus point?
I don't know that I can say there is a 0% chance of that ever happening.
Have you done any kind of dispersion modeling to determine the areas in which you would need to provide notice to people if you did have a release in one of those sites?
Before you answer that question, I want to caution you that there's been a dispersion model that's been prepared and it's been submitted to the Public Service Commission, and it's confidential. So you can answer the question, but be very careful that you don't answer it in a way that provides information with the model that was supplied to the PSC.
I can say that I was not personally involved with any of the dispersion modeling that has been done.
And fair objection, Lawrence, I'm actually not trying to get into that.
I appreciate that.
But my understanding of the dispersion model with the PSC is that relates to the main line and to that, and I'm asking just specifically if there was any dispersion modeling done post main line on the flow lines in those facilities.
I was not involved in any of that.
Okay. So you're not saying there wasn't one done, you're just saying you don't know?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay. Do you know of anyone else that's testifying that would know whether or not one was done?
You could ask Mr. Powell.
Okay. If Mr. Powell didn't know, is there anyone else that would?
He would be the one to ask that question to.
Okay. What is the purpose of the thermal relief valve?
So in cases where you can isolate a section of pipe and it would be full of CO2 at pressure, if it heats up through whatever means, say the sun is shining on that pipe, the CO2 will expand, and the thermal relief makes sure it does not exceed safe operating limits.
How does the thermal relief valve do that?
More than likely, it would be the type of thermal relief valve that is spring operated. So as the pressure would increase, it would relieve that and then close again.
Is the valve opened based on temperature or pressure?
The valve would open based on pressure.
What pressure?
I believe that number is 5% over maximum operating pressure.
Wouldn't that risk a failure if the max operating pressure is based on the manufacturer's recommendations?
No, I don't believe it would. That is a normal thing when you talk about, say, a vessel. Normally they operate, the pressure safety valve in that case is normally set 10% over, 5 to 10% over the operating pressure.
And when you say the operating pressure, are you saying the max operating pressure as established by the manufacturer of the pipe?
I'm saying the 900-pound class standard we are working off of, that operating pressure as set by ASME, I believe.
Okay. Does the valve then close by itself automatically once it gets back down below that pressure?
It does.
Okay. So I asked you earlier about a dispersion model, but are you aware of any testing done on predicted maximum release from the line through that valve?
Because of that thermal relief valve?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
And what kind of studies were done to determine what the maximum release would be from that thermal relief valve?
It was third party performed a study based on a temperature rise in that line and the thermal expansion of the CO2, given the size of the line and the volume contained in, how much it would need to relieve.
As well as the intended flow rate
Yes.
and operating pressure?
Yes. Well, when you say flow rate, do you mean through the valve or through the line?
I don't know.
I can say this, if that would happen, it is because everything is stopped, there is no flow through the line, and valves are closed.
Okay, yeah, so through the valve, what was the maximum amount of CO2 predicted to be released from the thermal valve in the scenario you described?
Approximately 0.136 tons per minute.
And did they determine the maximum length of time they thought such a release would potentially occur under those parameters?
Based on the largest segment of line that one of these exists on, I think there would be approximately 3 tons of CO2. That would be if you emptied the line completely, which would be highly unlikely, but that would be if you emptied the line completely.
So when the thermal valve is released, does that trigger other valves to stop the flow on the line, or do you have to manually shut that off?
Well, as I said, for that to trip, that means that there is no injection going into that well. We have isolated the valves because it is only as the temperature warms up, the pressure would increase to release that. So there would be no replacement CO2 coming into that line. It's simply to protect the line.
Okay. Do you have an understanding of how far 3 tons of CO2 would disperse under natural wind and weather conditions?
I do not.
I'm not sure who this question is for, but I think there was some testimony about who would be operating the flow lines. So not the main line, Midwest Carbon Express, but the flow lines. Was there testimony that the flow lines would be owned by the storage facilities but operated by SCS Transport?
That's correct.
And when was that arrangement decided upon?
That, I know that I can give you a specific timeline in which that decision was made.
Was it within?
I think it was generally the intent that, from my recollection, it was always the intent that it would be an integrated system, operated, connected with a common control system, as Jimmy described earlier.
Are there any contracts signed between the various entities to formalize that relationship for operating the flow lines?
We do not have operating agreements in place today between the entities.
Or any other kinds of contracts to govern that?
Not at this time.
I apologize, I'm jumping around a little now, but Ms. Douglas, I think you had talked about this traffic light system And under the event greater than 4.0, one of the plans is to continue operations at a reduced rate and or below a revised maximum operation pressure. How would you make those determinations as to how much to reduce the rate or the maximum operation pressure?
At this time, what's specified is the injection rate would be reduced to no less than 50%. 50.
How do you decide if it'll be 50 or 55 or 60, for example?
So as part of this stoplight system and is traffic light system and is part of this seismic monitoring, we be acquiring continuous seismic data. So we take into account not just that larger event, but if there are other events, how many, their magnitude, time duration, as well as their epicenters.
Mr. Backus, do you know what the diameter is of the thermal valve?
1 inch, I believe.
Are there any other pressure relief systems post-terminus of the Midwest Carbon Express that we haven't discussed?
I think I'd rather have you address that question to Jimmy. He's more familiar with those things, and he'll be coming up after this.
Okay, I think that's all the questions I have for these witnesses. I have a few, I think, for Mr. Powell and a couple quick ones for Ms. Adi.
I was gonna wait for, like I say, right up to call him back. They already left. Did you have any questions? Okay. Shit, sorry. Yeah.
No, I think we can start here. I think that they may be able to answer them. Ms. Adi, am I saying that right? Adi?
Yes, Audie.
You made a reference to CO2 resistant cement. Can you describe what that is?
Yep, so as part of the design plan, we have consulted with contractors who specializes on cementing design in the basin. And part of that is evaluating the downhole pressures and temperatures as well as the interactions between the CO2 stream, as well as the formation water as in accordance to the regulations. And so we're not looking at your conventional oil and gas cement, primary cement. The cementing system is tailored to provide resistance to CO2 with additions to different chemicals and different formulations within the cement.
Other than the pH, are there other properties of the cement that are specific to CO2 resistant cement that make it different than your regular cement used for plugging wells in the oil patch?
So, so for both plugging as well as primary cementing in our injection wells and monitoring wells, some parameters I can name off the top of my head is the permeability would be significantly reduced in the formulation. Those I can't recall any other parameters. Like I said, we contracted specialized cementing contractors.
So just as a general matter, would the lower permeability in that cement result from a greater clay content?
So it would just mean that, generally speaking, there'd be less chances on interactions with, potential oxidation or any chemical reactions downhole.
What do they add to the cement to prevent oxidation or chemical reactions downhole that is different than the cement used for normal cementing or plugs in the oil patch?
I'm not privy to the specific additives by the contractor.
Do you know if anyone at Summit or EERC is?
Again, we've contracted technical experts from a cementing company, and so they would know they as in the contractor have, proprietary formulation of the cement system. And then it would just be our responsibility to make sure that those are rated for the downhole pressures that we expect.
What is the name of the contractor?
So the two commonly contracted out for with carbon portfolios would be either Schlumberger or Halliburton.
Is there any requirement to use CO2 resistant cement in these wells?
So under Administrative Code 43-05-1-11, this would be in my own summarization, but in the selection of casing and cement, where some of the factors that we need to take into place in the design is downhole pressures, temperatures, as well as the potential corrosiveness when CO2 is introduced with formation water.
In the cement, both used to cement in a casing as well as the plugs, interacts with CO2 in the reservoir with these wells, the injectors?
With respect to the injection wells, yes, it would be, because it'd be isolating the injection zone. So the CO2 would be going through the casing into the cement into the reservoir.
Did they use CO2 resistant cement to cement in the casing or plug the Raymond Jensen well?
I don't have the details of what type of grade of cement that was used in the Raymond Jensen well.
Why wouldn't that be as important as knowing the cement in the injector wells?
We don't anticipate, as per Caitlin or Amanda, I can't remember which one, but we don't anticipate the CO2 plume at this time to reach the Raymond Jensen well. However, it is part of the area of review, and therefore that was reviewed as Caitlin testified to.
Okay. And the surface casing for the Raymond Jensen well is not 50 feet below the lowest USDW, right?
I'd have to refer to that diagram.
Would you mind taking a look?
Oh, this is the TV line.
I might be able to speed this up. Are you confident that the depth of the casing of the Raymond Jensen is in the application?
I do not know. I'd have to
Okay,
refer
I'll
back
have
to
you go
the.
ahead and look.
Can you repeat your question, please?
Is the surface casing for the Raymond Jensen well 50 feet, at least 50 feet below the lowest USDW?
According to the diagram here, guess I'm not sure in this area what would be considered what the lowest underground source of drinking water is.
What's the depth of the surface casing?
On the diagram, it's 330 feet.
Okay. Oh, okay, sure.
Can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Is the surface casing of the Raymond Jensen at least 50 feet below the lowest USDW?
It's not.
Okay. When you did the model for the leaky well scenario, were you doing that based on the location of the Raymond Jensen well?
No, we did that leaky well scenario to delineate the AOR using the risk-based AOR method.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna just a couple more here, and I'm not sure who this one's for, but it relates to the valves in the surface facilities we discussed. And Mr. Powell, I think these were for you, but the first question is, have you designed that system to accommodate a situation with a blocked flow in the system?
Yes, so the general flow diagram is not the piping and instrument diagram. So the thermal relief was just to relieve pressure in that bypass on that valve. So yes, there in all segments where a segment could be isolated by a valve or shut in. Yes, there is pressure relief in those segments. As far as design pressure, the pipe is designed for 195. It's hydro tested to 125% of that maximum operating pressure. The valves are designed to class 900 and bench test 150% of
Can I
pressure.
have you speak up, please?
Oh, sorry. I'll repeat it. So as far as the design pressure of the pipeline, it's per 195 regulation, and then it's hydrant tested to 125% of the MAOP, which would be 125% of the 2183. The valves are designed to class 900 and that pressure value, and then they're bench tested at 150% of that.
Why was the piping and instrumentation diagram not provided as part of the application?
I can't answer that question.
Can it be provided?
Yes.
Rather than asking you to identify the location and size of every valve in there, would you be willing to simply provide the piping and instrumentation diagram?
Yes.
Oh, what is the diameter of those other valves that you just discussed?
Again, we'll reference them on the piping and instrument diagram to Jamie's testimony. They're typically 1 inch to 2 inch valves.
But the diameter of those valves will be listed on the piping and instrumentation?
Not the diameter of the valve, the size of the valve. The valves themselves are standard, at least in my experience, but the connections to the piping, to the carrier pipe, that's typically 3/4 inch to 1 inch, but we'll have that on the P&ID. And just to clarify, any relief of pressure would not be external to the pipe. It would be relieved into the pipeline. So if you got pressure relief between two segments, a segment of pipe that could be isolated with two closed valves, the pressure would be isolated or relieved downstream. It would not be released to the atmosphere. So that wasn't clear from what I heard before.
Thank you. So the only valve that would release to the atmosphere would be the temperature valve?
No, the temperature,
Thermal valve,
the thermal relief should be via tubing connected downstream. So if you have those two, if there's pressure built up in that valve bypass, which would typically be closed in normal operation, then you could, to Mr. Backus' testimony, you could have a thermal pressure buildup. And if that's the case, there's a set point on that valve, 110% or whatever it is. We'll have that set point, and that should be indicated on the P&ID, at least at this point. Then when it reaches that set point, it relieves downstream of that closed valve, so it relieves the pressure on that piping, that segment of piping.
The thermal valve releases the pressure downstream?
That thermal relief valve releases the pressure from that small segment of bypass piping downstream of the closed valve.
So it doesn't release anything to the atmosphere?
No. The only thing that would be released to the atmosphere is where you saw the blowdown referenced. That would be a controlled blowdown or release to the atmosphere if that were needed for normal or abnormal operating conditions.
What kind of a spike in pressure would you expect if you had a valve shut down at the wellhead?
Again, these set points, I'll back up. I mentioned earlier in previous testimony about a surge analysis. So that surge analysis was conducted on every mainline valve, including in the flow line segments, was evaluated for an inadvertent closing. And the regulation is 110% of maximum operating pressure, so it cannot exceed that. And in our case, I believe the maximum was 107%. We can tell you exactly what the segments were in the flow lines. I don't remember off the top of my head, but they were less than 110%.
What was the time duration it was modeled over?
The valves themselves are all actuated and have the capability to close in seconds, and we can confirm, but I believe the time frame was minutes, 2 to 5 minutes.
So if all of your pressure relief systems release pressure within the line downstream, and you have a valve unexpectedly shut at the wellhead, how do you relieve that pressure?
You're talking about upstream of the wellhead
Right.
to the inlet valve?
Sorry. Yeah.
If it's a segment well, let me back up, because remember, this is all automatically or automated or controlled by a control center, and
Compute.
there will be tight operating pressure boundaries, so they're continually seeing what any pressure changes may happen in the line. So, and if there will be set points, and I can't tell you what those are at this 10 seconds, but there will be an alarm, and then there will be a secondary alarm. And so the control center operator will have notification if there's a pressure increase. And so there will be procedures or protocol they take to relieve that pressure before there's a buildup that would overpressure any equipment, whether it's that inlet valve to the wellhead or whether it's that segment of piping. So there shouldn't be a situation, even in an abnormal operating condition, where that equipment will be overpressured.
But the protocol you mention for ensuring that that doesn't get overpressured relies on human judgment.
No, there'll be automatic set there. You can have automatic set points, but yes, the first response would be from an individual in the control center. That's correct. Per procedures on what to do in a what-if situation.
Will there be protocols provided to the DMR or any regulatory bodies with respect to the decision tree for the person making that decision?
Those will be in the standard operating procedures. I don't have the experience with the DMR to see if that's something that they want to audit or interest in reviewing. If they do, they would be available. They're not confidential, or will not be confidential. Let me clarify. We're not going to publish them on the website, but if a regulatory body wants to see our operating procedures, absolutely.
Mr. Powell, were you here during my questioning of, I believe, Ms. Douglas, when I was asking about what Summit would do if after, for example, the 5-year review, you determined that you needed to change the boundaries of the storage facility? And then my questions following that were about how you would allocate compensation in that event. Were you here during that testimony?
I was.
So let's just take as a hypothetical a situation where Summit makes the determination after 5 years that the data on the ground justifies adjusting those storage facility boundaries. What is Summit's plan with respect to how to adjust the compensation to the landowners that has been paid up until that point?
I don't have that knowledge of how the compensation may or may not be adjusted to landowners.
Is there anyone else in the company that would have that knowledge?
I'll defer to Mr. Basons.
Okay. Not trying to get out of order, Lawrence, but do you mind, this is like right near the end, do you mind if we have Mr. Basons come up? Mr. Basons, do you have well, I'll just start over. In the hypothetical scenario that 5 years down the road, Summit determines that it wants to adjust the boundary of the storage facility based on the data it gets from its monitoring activities, how would it allocate or reallocate payments already made to the owners in the storage facility?
So in that situation, what I would see is, it's a it depends answer. It depends on what the adjustment is to the boundary. And then if we were going to make adjustment to boundary, it would be decided, by hearing, like this with the commission, because that would be a major modification to the permit. And so at that time, we would have more information around what the change is, the adjustment is, how long we've been operated, and have we'd have a recommendation in terms of how to do that. We don't have a plan exactly today in terms of how that would happen.
If you expand the storage facility after 5 years, the boundary of the force, I'm going to start over. If Summit were to make a major modification and expand the border of the storage facility through a hearing with the DMR, would you agree that you need to pay the new owners now being included in the storage facility for prior injections?
I'm going to object because I think you're asking for a legal conclusion.
That's fair, but what I'm actually asking is what Summit's opinion would be on that issue. Not whether they need to, just whether you would.
So you're asking me if there was an adjustment, your situation, if there was an adjustment after 5 years and we had been injecting, would we pay the landowners that were added to the unit?
For the past injections.
For the past injections. I don't know that I can answer that. I mean, I think you have to understand more about that situation, what led to the changing of the units.
What more do you want to understand? What information are you missing to make the determination?
Well, I'm missing the historical operation and what led to the need for a change.
Well, let's presume, sorry, this was implied, but I should be explicit. You're going to change the size of the storage facility because you've determined that it was inaccurate and that the plume is going to move further than you originally anticipated, such that you need to expand the boundary of the storage facility.
And I'm going to object. You've asked that question previously in a little bit different manner, and he said he needs more information before he can answer the question.
I'm going to let him answer if he knows.
I don't know.
You don't know what?
I don't know the answer to your question right now.
So Summit won't make a commitment to pay owners added into an expanded storage facility for prior injections?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Was the answer no?
Said he didn't know.
Okay. But if you don't know whether or not Summit will make a commitment to do that, then the answer is that they're not making a commitment right now to do that, right?
Objection. I mean, we've covered this ground now 3 times.
Sustained.
Does anyone at Summit know the answer to that question?
Objection.
What's the objection?
He can answer that one.
I don't know. It's not a question that I've raised with anybody at Summit.
Has anyone else at Summit raised the question with you or anyone else that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of.
I apologize if someone did ask this, but there was a question earlier, Mr. Powell, I think might have been deferred to you, but, or Mr. Basons, with respect to the payments being made to landowners on the CO2 stream, are those payments being made based on the full stream or the actual CO2 mass in the stream?
I'm going to object. You seem to be using the past tense. You said that we have paid, or am I misunderstanding you?
Well, I'll just change it to avoid that.
Okay.
Okay, I see what you're saying. So when you go to pay landowners for injections, is it your intent to pay based on the full stream of substances injected or the CO2 mass in the stream?
The intent is to pay on the full stream, as it's defined in the storage agreement,
Okay,
which is associated substances.
okay. No further questions.
I believe the staff might have some questions. Already answered? Okay. Lawrence, any further witnesses?
Not at this time.
Okay.
Could we take a break
Take a
before
break
I get started?
before you call? Sure.
Yeah,
Take a
thank
10-minute break. We are back on the record. Attorney Broughton, you can proceed with your first witness.
All right. We are calling Shane Bofto to appear by phone. Shane, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Let me swear him in real quick.
Okay, Shane, the hearing examiner is going to swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
I do.
Shane, can you state your full name and spell your last name for us?
My name is Shane Bofto. Last name is Bofto.
And by whom are you employed?
Hydro Solutions Incorporated.
And just generally speaking, what kind of company is Hydro Solutions Incorporated?
We're services disabled, veteran-owned small business associated with consulting in environmental and water resources.
Okay. Can you describe your educational background, please?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering from Montana State University and an MBA from the University of Marion Bismarck.
And can you give us a description of your professional experience from college up until you began employment with Hydro Solutions?
Sure. I initially, out of college, worked at a petroleum refinery in the Environmental Health and Safety Department. I then went to work out in Seattle, where I focused on mining internationally, consulting primarily in water quality, acid rock drainage, and treatment. Following that, I moved back to Montana and was a general environmental engineering consultant, and went through several companies till I ended up here at Hydro Solutions.
And approximately how long have you been working at Hydro Solutions?
Since 2004.
And can I have you pull up exhibit number LO56, Shane?
I have it.
Can you just give me a minute to get there?
It's in the resume.
Okay, I'm there, thank you.
Does this curriculum vitae accurately reflect your educational and professional qualifications and experience, Mr. Bofto?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit exhibit LO56.
Any objections?
No objection.
Motion granted.
And Shane, can you describe for us, with respect to your work at Hydro Solutions, the kinds of clients and the kinds of work that you've been involved in?
At Hydro Solutions, clients mainly consist of private individuals, ag and ranching clients, federal, state, and local governments and municipalities. We have a GSA contract with the federal government. We work with developers, conservation groups, and other NGOs, and then companies including mining, oil and gas pipelines, and we also work with attorneys.
And as a general matter, you mentioned environmental consulting services, but can you give us just some specific examples of the kinds of projects and the kinds of different kinds of consulting work that the folks at Hydro Solutions do?
Generally, we provide independent services in environmental engineering, hydrogeology, remedial investigations, remediation, permitting, water resource development, compliance, due diligence, environmental impact statements, and expert work.
And Mr. Bofto, are you familiar with the applications and the Class 6 well permit applications that bring us to the hearing today?
Yes, I've briefly reviewed them.
And do you have any, we've talked generally about the experience of Hydro Solutions and your experience. Do you have any experience on particular or specific projects that you think informs your ability to work on or work in this proceeding or on this matter?
Yeah, several projects come to mind. In 2011, the Wyoming Land Quality Division issued an RFP that resulted in a competitive bid, and Hydro Solutions was hired where I was the project manager to look at mining regulations in Wyoming, specifically with respect to rare earth elements in mining. And we reviewed all of the regulations and permitting process with respect to Wyoming and implications of kind of a different mining type that the state wasn't used to seeing. It was out of the ordinary. And following that, the Montana Board of Oil and Gas Conservation issued an RFP, and we were awarded that to explore primacy for the Class 6 program in 2014. They were looking at setting up a program and reviewing it as an exploratory project to see if they wanted to gain primacy. And this was about the time, a little after the time North Dakota did that same pursuit, so we followed it very closely.
And so did Montana end up submitting an application to obtain primacy for its Class 6 program?
We provided the state with a draft program, and we went back and forth with them, and ultimately they had an administrative decision at that time to not submit for primacy.
And as you were working on the drafting the Class 6 program for Montana, did you review any documents or guidance that informed your understanding of how to develop a Class 6 program?
Yes, I heavily relied on a lot of the EPA documents, specifically for the Class 6 program. There were a lot of guidance documents associated with implementing programs, well characterization, area of review, record keeping, to name a few.
Can I have you turn to Exhibit LO18?
I have it.
Is this one of the guidance documents you just referenced that helped inform your understanding of the Class 6 program while you were drafting Montana's regulations?
Yes, it was one of the documents I used to understand and outline our draft program.
And can you just describe briefly the topic of this guidance?
Sure. The guidance generally provides information regarding modeling and recommendations for delineating the area of review. It also describes circumstances under which the AOR, or area of review, is to be reevaluated, and also describes how to perform an AOR reevaluation and development of corrective actions.
Okay. Let me have you turn to Exhibit LO19.
All right, I have it.
Is this also one of the documents you referenced that you reviewed to inform your understanding of Class 6 regulatory regimes?
Yes, it was one of the documents I used to understand and still outline the draft program.
And can you just describe generally what the topic of this document is and what it covers?
It provided a basic framework for the permitting process and the required activities through the Class 6 injection well and activities associated with that.
Okay. Can I have you turn to Exhibit LO20?
I'll have it up.
Is this also one of the guidance documents you referenced a moment ago that informed your understanding of the Class 6 well program when you were drafting Montana's regulations?
Yes, I used it similar to the others.
Okay, and just generally speaking, what does this guidance document cover topically?
I would say it provides a general outline of the data to be collected and how to use the data to identify potential risks and eliminate unacceptable sites. It also provides information for inputs into whatever geologic model is chosen for use to evaluate any geological modeling.
Okay. And now I'm going to have you, it's marked a little out of order here, but there's an Exhibit LO82. Have you switch or flip to Exhibit LO82? And Lawrence, this one didn't get into the binder. It got an extra copy.
Okay, I'm pulling it up. Yes, I have this one.
I'm sorry, Mr. Bopto, I might have missed it. Or did you get yourself to that exhibit?
Yes, I have that exhibit, the one for record keeping and reporting generally.
And specifically Exhibit 82 that indicates it's the Underground Injection Control Program, Class 6 well record keeping, reporting, and data management guidance for owners and operators. Is that the exhibit you have up?
Yes.
Okay. Is this also one of the guidance documents that you reviewed that informs your understanding of the Class 6 program that you used in developing Montana's regulation?
Yes.
Okay. Move to admit exhibits 18, 19, 20, and 82.
Any objections?
No objection.
Exhibits are admitted.
Mr. Bofto, can I have you now open up or turn to exhibit number 21?
I have that up.
Do you have an understanding of what the first two sentences of this data tool mean?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Under the rule that's cited there, that the owners and operators must submit the project information, their geological sequestration project information directly to the EPA. And I take it through the geologic sequestration data tool, and that this requirement applies regardless of primacy, whether it's still EPA or a particular state or entity has primacy.
Mr. Bofto, are you ready, willing, and able, and have you been ready, willing, and able for the past 3 weeks to assist in running and analyzing models related to these Class 6 well applications had you received data and input files to do so?
I'm capable and ready to run the geochemical model free, given that if I had the input files and the right thermodynamic database or a reference to it, if the reference one that comes with the model is unaltered.
No further questions.
Attorney Bender, any questions?
Yeah, I do. Mr. Bufato, my name is Lawrence Bender, and I represent the applicant, Summit, in this case. Nice to meet you today.
Nice to meet you.
Okay.
My name is Bopto.
Okay. Thank you for correcting me. I appreciate that. You mind
No
if I call,
problem.
you mind if I call you Shane?
Please do.
Okay, thank you. I want to just delve a bit into your discussion about what you did for the state of Montana. First of all, what was the time period in which you were working on that? I think you said it was about the time that North Dakota was adopting its rules, but I want to make sure that I understood that correctly.
Yes, I believe I started it in 2012, but a lot of these documents that I had just referenced were in draft form. So a lot of it, we waited for the final versions of the EPA guidance documents to be issued. And I believe my last final draft was submitted to the Board of Oil and Gas following discussions with them in mid to late 2014.
Okay. And when you refer to these documents were in draft form, I'm sure you're talking about exhibits LO 18, 19, let's see here, looks like 20, and is it 83?
82.
82, is that correct?
They may have included some of those, but there were also some other guidance documents, and some of the things I'm trying to recall would be environmental justice, bonding, things like that. So that was why we waited a little while longer so we could work with final documents that were included. I think they're currently included on EPA's Class 6 website.
And what was it that you were requested to do by the Montana Oil and Gas Conservation Commission?
To review that type of information and draft a program that the state could use for their primacy application should they desire to go after primacy for the Class 6 program.
And were you involved in drafting the statutes that were necessary for the Montana Board of Oil and Gas to adopt the rules, or was that statutory enactment already in place and all you were asked to do was prepare the regulations?
I was not involved with the statute or anything like that. I was just involved with gathering information that the board needed to get the primacy application in place.
Are the statutes already in place in Montana, and that all they're lacking at this point in time is the regulations?
I believe at that time that there was a statute associated with it that was in place.
Okay.
It's been a while, but I seem to recall it was in place prior to them issuing approval for us to do this work.
Okay, and I believe you said you started in 2012, probably finished in 2014, is that correct?
That sounds about right.
Okay. Approximately, let's strike that. During that period of time, were you working full-time on this project?
No.
Okay. Were you working on the project by yourself?
No, I was part of a team of other consultants and internal people. We had an attorney because there was a portion where we had to draft a letter from I believe the Attorney General or something to EPA, and there were several other documents that needed to be drafted that were best suited for an attorney. And I had another company that had petroleum engineers and petroleum geologists associated that were reviewing some of the draft documents at that time as well.
Okay. Well, thank you for that. I had misunderstood your testimony. I thought that you were primarily responsible for doing all the work. But since it was a team, let me ask you a couple questions about that. What were your specific responsibilities on that team?
I was the project manager, and areas I would collect information as well as derive information that I could, and I put them into the draft program. I took and I followed a lot of the guidance to establish, a general procedure for permitting.
And did you ultimately draft some rules that were submitted to the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission?
Not at that time.
When you say not at that time, you're talking about the period from 2012 to 2014?
I'm talking, well, I never drafted any rules based on the draft program.
Okay, I misunderstood you then. I had understood you to testify when Mr. Broughton was asking you questions that you drafted the rules, but the board ultimately made a decision that it was not going to adopt the rules. Did I misunderstand?
I drafted a permitting program for somebody that we could run past the EPA so someone could get a permit for a Class 6 well should Montana get primacy.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I think so. Do you know why the board never went forward with the rules?
No, that was an administrative decision far above my pay grade.
Okay. Let's talk a little bit more about your experience. You've explained to us that as a result of reviewing these guidance documents that have now been entered into the record, I think it was 17, 18, 19, 20, and also 82, you were involved in this project. Have you ever been involved in making application in a state that has primacy for a Class 6 permit?
No.
Okay. You haven't been involved. I apologize. I wasn't listening to my question very well when I asked it. Well, let me rephrase it. Have you ever been involved in any way in making a Class 6 application to a state that has primacy?
No.
Okay. Have you ever reviewed an application other than the one before the commission or the ones that are before the commission today for a Class 6 permit?
I'm trying to recall, I may have looked at some when I was drafting a program. I have a faint recollection that I tried to look at others that had gone through EPA at the time. I just cannot recall the specifics.
Yeah, and I apologize. I think I said this, but my question was specific to being involved in an application with a state that had primacy.
None with the states that had primacy.
Other than the applications that are before the commission today, have you ever reviewed an application for a Class 6 well?
Back to my previous statement, I believe I did when I was drafting the program to look at what an application looks like. I just don't recall because it was so long ago on what it was.
That would have been back in the 2012 period, 2014 period, is that right?
Somewhere in there.
And would those have been applications before the EPA?
Yes.
Okay. When were you hired by the interveners in this case?
It's been a month or so.
Okay. You don't know the exact date? When it's, today is the 11th, would it have been probably May 11th?
It could have been about that time, but I don't know specific.
What were you asked to do on a May 11th, on May 11th?
I'm going to object to that characterization of testimony. I don't believe he testified to doing something on the 11th.
Overruled.
Okay, okay. Guess you can answer the question.
Could you repeat that question again?
What were you asked to do when you were hired for this project?
Yeah, I'm going to object to questions eliciting communications between me and the experts.
Overruled.
You can go ahead, Shane.
Okay. Just to provide my experience with the Class 6 guidance and programs that I had early on, and just my general environmental background information.
And how many hours do you believe you've worked on this project since you were retained?
Outside of this, probably 15, reviewing documents and such. And
have you had an opportunity to review each one of the, what I'm going to refer to as the final form of applications for the 3 applications that are before the commission?
I've generally reviewed them, yes, and trying to think if I've done any others. So I'd say I generally reviewed the 3 applications.
Okay. And when you say reviewed them, did you just read them, or did you do anything beyond reading? Did you do any independent research?
I looked closely at some of the models on what were being used and what they did exactly.
Okay. And if I, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Shane, but I understood your testimony when Mr. Broughton was asking you some questions, that if you had had the materials that he requested from the Industrial Commission, you could have run a model in a relatively short period of time. Was that your testimony?
Yes, I specifically referenced the Freak C model that is put out by the USGS.
Okay. And do you have the necessary software packages that you would need to run the model?
Yes, I do. It's on my computer now.
Okay. Can you tell me what some of those programs are?
I'm specifically talking about the Freak C model. It's downloaded freely from the USGS, and I have routinely used the program through my career and used it to write specific reports.
And do you believe that that's the only software you would need to analyze the information that Summit has filed with the Industrial Commission on this matter?
It's the only one that I'm focused on.
Okay. Do you agree with me that there are other software programs?
Object to the form of the question.
What's that?
I object to the form of the question. There are.
I'll let him answer.
If he can understand it, he can answer it.
There are numerous geochemical models outside of Freak. There's Geochem Workbench that I've used and several others, but the application specifically said they used Freak C, and that was the one I was focused on.
Okay. But you don't know if this Freak C is the only program that would be necessary to evaluate the information that's been supplied to the commission, do you?
for the,
I'm just going off the application that said that was the program that they used. I did not see any other geochemical programs to evaluate the upper and lower confining units.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about your experience working in North Dakota. I know you said you went to the University of Mary. Have you done any work in your current role with, I believe it's Hydro Solutions? Have you worked in North Dakota with that company?
Yes, I've had probably probably 6 or 7 projects in the last 10 years in North Dakota.
What were those projects?
Some of them were work with attorneys for oil and gas impacted sites. Done some incidental air quality work there from facilities. Trying to think, looked at different reviewing remediation plans for cleanup, for saline impacts or produced water impacts.
Okay, so it sounds to me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that most of that work that you've done in North Dakota has been from the standpoint of surface issues. Is that a fair statement?
No, there's been other issues associated with contaminated groundwater and cleanup.
Okay. Have you ever been involved in North Dakota in making application to the commission relative to saltwater disposal wells or Class 2 wells?
I've been part of such projects exploring commercial Class 2 saltwater disposal wells.
You ever prepare an application to the commission for a saltwater disposal well?
I've provided information for somebody else to submit a Class 2 application.
Okay. What sort of information did you supply?
Looked at things like deriving maximum pressure at the wellhead, working with other geologists in my company, suitable formations, looking at areas of review for other wells that could be within the area of review, things along that line.
But you never were involved in a saltwater disposal application in North Dakota where you were the lead individual in making that application. Isn't that correct?
That'd be fair to say.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Any redirect, Mr. Broughton? Oh, I'm sorry, did we do?
Shane, this is Lynn Helms with the Industrial Commission. Nice to meet you. Maybe someday
Nice to
face to
meet you,
face.
man.
Yes. North Dakota made its application for Class 6 primacy on June 21st of 2013 and received final approval April 24th of 2018. Shane, did you comment on North Dakota's application?
No, I did not.
Did you review the North Dakota documents when you were preparing Montana's prospective documents?
I seem to recall that we were following at that time whether North Dakota was going to draft their own specific rules or adopt a by rule. And that was, we had a lot of discussions about that on whether Montana should or shouldn't. And I seem to recall North Dakota going back and forth maybe once on what the appropriate action was, and we were going to try to learn at that point from you.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bofto, do you have a copy of, well, do you recall signing an engagement letter for this matter?
Yes.
Do you recall the date of that?
May 1st.
Okay, no further questions.
Okay, you can call your next witness. Derek, can I get the name?
Ted Dowdy?
Dowdy, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
No, thank you.
Hi, Ted. It's Desiree. We're going to put you on for the hearing, okay? You ready? Okay.
Mr. Dowdy, we're getting some feedback from you. Can you mute? There you go. No, we're still getting feedback. Can you mute? What was it? What did you? Background. Okay.
Mr. Dowdy,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dowdy, can you state your full name and spell your last name for us, please?
It's Paul Ted Dowdy, Doughty.
And you go by Ted, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell me briefly your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in geology from Washington University in St. Louis, a master's in geophysics from University of Montana, and a PhD from Queen's University in Ontario, Canada.
And can you start by just briefly describing your professional background?
Yes, sir. So I've worked with Exxon. I worked in the Exxon Research Lab for 4 years in the late 90s. I taught at Eastern Washington University for 8 years as a professor. And since 2008, I've been a consultant on my own, working for various companies like Talisman Energy, Halliburton, various other companies in the Rockies.
Can you tell us a little bit about the kinds of work you did with your time at Exxon?
Yeah, so at Exxon I was in the fault seal group. Also did, which is analyzing how fault seal in various environments in the world. We did a whole research project looking at fault seal across the entire all the basins that Exxon worked in. Also did 3D seismic interpretation in various basins across the world. Did a lot of field research on the Bakken and various other groups in the western U.S. as analogs for subsurface formations.
Can I have you pull up in front of you, Ted, the exhibit LO-58?
I'm not in the office, so if you describe it to me, though, I can do that.
Do you recall the information contained on your curriculum vitae?
Can you repeat the question?
So I'll tell you, Exhibit 58 is your curriculum vitae. Are you familiar with the contents of your curriculum vitae?
Oh, yes. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And does that accurately describe your educational and professional background and experience?
Yes, sir, with the exception of several items that I left off, which I did recently. I actually was the well site geologist on the J Lock Minn Kota well that was drilled as part of their carbon sequestration project. I personally logged 1,600 feet of core on site for that project.
Okay.
And I've also done a lot of helium exploration in the last 6 months.
Okay. Move to admit LO-58.
Any objection?
Oh, thank you.
exhibit
No
is
objection. My mic was off.
The exhibit is admitted.
And Ted, did you review the applications submitted by EERC and Summit that bring us here today?
Yes, I have in extensive detail.
And can you start by just describing to us the areas of those applications regarding which you would have particular expertise?
Yes, so they have core data on the Broom Creek Formation, of which I've mentioned I personally logged all the J-Lock wells. So familiar with that. Also have expertise in 3D seismic interpretation. I haven't seen their 3D seismic, but it's a critical part of their application, as well as the formation mechanical integrity work that they did doing the testing in their test well.
What data would you need in order to create a pH map to map out the porosity and permeability of a reservoir?
So from what I've seen of their application, there's only one, no, there's three, I think there's three. There's two wells that are close together and another well in their AOR that encompasses about, actually I'm not sure how big the AOR is, but if you take their stimulation area, there's 26 wells in the stimulation area, the 26 wells, it's about a well per 55 square miles, which is not very many data points. So within the AOR, there's only 3 data points. There's no legacy wells. So you would need the core data, which they provided, but as well, it appears like the seismic data was a critical part of how they define the reservoir properties in the AOR. There's only, like I mentioned, there's very few wells within the AOR. So you would need access to the 3D seismic to actually do a basis analysis to determine what the seismic data tells you about the reservoir within that AOR. And within that application, there's only one map that shows the permeability distribution within their stimulation, their stimulation area, excuse me. So there's very little data within their application with which to evaluate exactly how they derived their permeability parameters for the AOR that they're applying for.
Mr. Dowdy, do you recall approximately how long ago you were asked about the possibility of working on this matter?
Was what, a month ago, maybe 3 weeks ago, something like that.
And are you ready, willing, and able to conduct additional review, and particularly review of seismic data if you receive it?
Yes, I am.
No further questions.
Attorney Bender?
Mr. Dowdy, are you in a position today to make any recommendations to the commission as to whether this application should be approved or denied?
I am.
And what are your conclusions?
I would recommend that it's denied on the basis that the applicant has not provided enough of the data from which the commission or another party can evaluate how they came up with some of their reservoir property.
Okay.
Without the 3D seismic, you cannot determine the distribution of permeability and porosity across the AOR.
Okay. And I believe it was your testimony at this point in time, all you have reviewed is the 3 applications, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you haven't reviewed the other data that's on file with the commission?
I've reviewed the data that's publicly available.
Okay.
Yes.
Have you seen a letter dated May 15th, 2024 from Mr. Broughton to the commission requesting certain information?
I have not seen the letter. I've heard that there's a motion to compel.
Okay. Do you know if the commission indicates that they supplied that information to Mr. Broughton?
I do not.
Okay. You talked a little bit about a VH map, and I don't want to put, I don't want to testify for you, but I understood you to say that a VH map would have been important for the commission in this case. Is that a fair statement of your testimony?
Yes, that is a fair statement.
Okay.
If you want to understand where the CO2 is going as you inject it, you need a pH map to determine the storage capacity of the formation.
Okay.
And like I said earlier, there's only 3 data points within the AOR. So I don't quite understand how the EERC came up with such a complex map of permeability and porosity without having additional data which isn't provided in their submittal.
Okay, and I think you also indicated that you were involved, you sat the well for Minn Kota's, the
JLOC.
Yeah, the JLOC.
Yep, JLOC. Yep.
Do you know, so you know somewhat about that you know some things about that application that was made to the commission for Class 6 well, is that correct?
No, I don't. I set the well, I described the core. I was not involved in anything after they drilled the well.
You knew the commission granted the application, correct?
Yes, but I wasn't involved in it. I do know what the core looked like and somewhat of the reservoir properties of the Plume Creek.
Yeah. And, thank you for all that, but we can get through this a little bit quicker if you just answer my questions. Do you know?
I think he did.
Well, I think he went on a little bit more than he needed to, but I'll move on. Do you know if Minn Kota submitted a VH map in its application?
I do not.
Are you familiar with the application that was filed by Blue Flint?
No.
Do you know if they submitted a FEH map?
I do not.
Are you familiar with the application that was submitted by Dakota Gasification?
No.
Do you know if they submitted a PH map?
No.
Are you familiar with the application that was filed by Red Trail?
No.
Do you know if they submitted a FEH map?
No.
Do you know all those applications were granted by the commission?
No.
No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Redirect, Attorney Broughton.
No, I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Dowdy.
Thank you.
Okay, you can call your next witness.
We are calling Paul Button.
Button?
Yes.
Good. I'm gonna put you on, okay?
Mr. Button,
Yes.
do you solemnly swear or affirm under the penalties of perjury the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Mr. Button, can you state your full name and tell us, well, let's start there. Just state your full name, please.
My name is Paul Michael Button.
And can you give us a business or residential address?
My residential address is 1119 South Ophir Street in Butte, Montana.
All right. Can you tell us just a little bit about your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Petroleum Engineering from Montana Tech.
All right, and tell us a bit about your professional experience.
My professional experiences, I've 26 years as a petroleum engineer. I started off my career as a reservoir engineer for Marathon Oil Company, working Yates Field in West Texas, doing simulation on gas oil gravity drainage with nitrogen injection, and then with converting it over to CO2 injection. From there, I moved on to Kinder Morgan when they acquired the Yates asset. I did a little bit of reservoir simulation on Yates, and then I worked the Sac Rock CO2 flood unit in Scurry County, Texas. After I left Kinder Morgan, I worked for SM Energy in Billings, Montana for a number of years, doing enhanced oil recovery studies on fields in the state of Wyoming. Also worked several water floods and shale development wells within the Powder River Basin, Richland County, Montana, and a little bit of experience in Divide County, North Dakota. From there, I left SM Energy, and I went out on my own as a consultant. I did numerous consulting jobs for multiple clients, including purchase and acquisition evaluation, estate evaluation, and reservoir simulation for enhanced oil recovery on Poplar Dome in Montana. I then joined a company called Poplar Resources as a vice president, where we implemented a pilot for a nitrogen injection flood, and I've been with that ever since. And then I also started a startup for a battery energy storage corporation. We do compressed air energy storage. And I'm currently working both the Poplar job, the consulting job, and the battery energy storage job.
Okay, can I have you turn in the exhibits to what we marked as LO 57?
Yes,
Let me know. Do you have that in front of you now?
yes, I do.
And what is Exhibit 57?
I would call it my resume or CV.
Okay. And does this CV accurately reflect your educational and professional experience and qualifications?
I caught a couple of errors in here. The button petroleum management, I was no longer active until recently again, so I would add that through 2024.
Okay.
And I believe the name of my educational school is no longer active because it's no longer Montana Tech at the University of Montana. I believe it's the Montana Technological University.
Okay. Other than those, does the Exhibit 57 accurately reflect your professional and educational experience and qualifications?
Yes.
Move to admit Exhibit 57.
Objection. Exhibit is admitted.
Mr. Button, can you tell me if you have any experience with Class 2 wells or permitting Class 2 wells?
Yes, I have permitted a number of Class 2 wells in the state of Montana.
And with respect to any of those Class 2 wells, was it necessary to obtain an aquifer exemption?
Yes, we worked on an aquifer exemption for one of the wells within the Poplar unit, East Poplar unit.
Okay. Was there any kind of a volumetric limit imposed as part of that aquifer exemption?
Yes, I believe so.
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
And are you familiar with the manner in which the volumetric limits are calculated for aquifer exemptions by either the EPA or state authorities?
I am familiar with how the volumetric exemptions were calculated and approved for the permits that I worked on, yes.
Okay. And so with respect to the permits you worked on, can you just provide a general description of how those volumetric limits are calculated for the aquifer exemptions?
Basically, these were pretty simple calculations, and that you would calculate the volume within a given X number of foot radius that you believe you'll affect with the water injection. So you get a volume of a cylinder, multiply it by your porosity, divided by your formation volume factor of water, and that is the volume that will be affected.
Do you have experience with reservoir modeling? And well, you've already talked about this. Can you tell us a little bit about the experience you have with EOR and water floods with respect specifically to field development analysis?
Yes, I've had several major modeling projects over my career. The first one was for Yates Field. We spent quite a few years looking at and running sensitivities on a gas oil gravity drainage enhanced oil recovery process as far as looking at gas oil contact movement speed versus drainage of oil from the matrix in the reservoir. We also looked at viscosity effects with the injection of different gases and the swelling effects of the oil with different composition of injected gases, whether it was nitrogen, CO2, or a mixture of recycled gas, to determine the most effective recovery and most economic recovery mechanism within the EOR process. My other major modeling project, which I worked on most recently, is developing a full field simulation model to model the history and also the enhanced oil recovery potential for Poplar Dome in Montana, the East Poplar unit. That is a 70-year-old field that's only undergone primary depletion with a strong natural water drive. Our idea was to put gas in the top of it and expose the matrix to gas well gravity drainage and determine if that was an economically feasible project.
Can you tell us about any other specific experiences you have related to doing reservoir modeling and analysis?
I'm currently working on setting up the parameters to look at natural or compressed air storage in salt caverns and looking at the pressure volume and temperature effects and the rock stress effects within salt caverns to determine the feasibility for wind active storage reservoirs.
Mr. Button, do you have an understanding of different ways that pore space can be used in a commercial manner?
Yes, I do.
And if a landowner wants to make a commercial use of pore space, can you tell us what you understand to be the options for making that commercial use of pore space?
It's basically three options, of which there can be multiple derivatives of each option, but either you remove fluid and market it as a quantity, you temporarily store something in your pore space, or you permanently sequester something in your pore space.
And how would you assess the degree to which the pore space of a given landowner is being used in a way that forecloses other commercial uses?
I guess I would attempt to evaluate the change in the pressure, volume, temperature of the fluids contained within the pore space, and knowing that there are certain constraints on the upper end of the pressure and certain constraints on the lower end of the pressure, and try to determine what the current impacts, what the proposed impacts, and what the final limits were of that pore space.
Mr. Button, if you were provided with the data decks and input files required to run models in CGM and Schlumberger's Petroleum software for this project, would you be ready, willing, and able to run those models and analyze them for the interveners?
The CMG model, I would be ready to upload those and run those and do some sensitivity analysis on those models. As far as the Petroleum model is a static model. It's basically a geologic database. So unless you're trying to redistribute properties or something like that, it's not a dynamic model where the answer changes. So I don't think there's nothing to run there.
Understood. No further questions.
Attorney Bender.
Mr. Button, you spent some time describing your experience as a engineer and involved in various enhanced oil recovery projects around the country. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
And you also talked about a compressed air project that you're working on. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And in those projects, both the enhanced oil recovery projects and the compressed air project, you were involved in running some models. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that preparing and running models for enhanced oil recovery projects and a compressed air project is different than preparing and running a model for CO2 storage?
Can you clarify what you mean by different?
Well, if you've run or prepared and run models for CO2 on a number of projects, are you going to have more knowledge and experience than someone who has not run models for CO2, only for enhanced oil recovery and compressed air?
The models that I've ran for enhanced oil recovery, especially for when I worked at Yates Field, those directly involve the injection of CO2 into pore space.
Okay.
So they're not too dissimilar. The main dissimilarity between those two models is that in the carbon sequestration, the CO2's interaction is primarily with water, where in those other models it was with both water and oil, so they were actually more complex.
Okay. Are you familiar with the data request that Mr. Broughton made to the Industrial Commission? Pardon me?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
And are you familiar with the type of data that would be contained within a CMG data file?
Yes, I am.
Could someone produce a VH map if they had a CMG data file?
I believe that within CMG's program you could get that, yes.
Okay. And are you aware that it's the in the Commission's position that they provided a CMG data file to Mr. Broughton?
I am not aware of the CMG data file, that Mr. Broughton is in possession of it, or I am certainly not in possession of that CMG data file.
He didn't provide it to you?
I have not seen it, no.
Is it a fair statement that, well, let me strike that. How many hours? Just let me ask the questions. Just let me ask the questions.
Okay.
How many hours of time have you spent working on this project?
Up until the start of this hearing, I spent 14 and a half hours working on it.
And what were you asked to do?
Same objection to privileged communications with experts.
Overruled.
What was I asked to do?
Yes.
I was asked by Mr. Broughton to evaluate the impact of the pore space of his clients.
Okay. And to do that at this point in time, all you have done is reviewed the applications that were submitted to the commission. Is that correct?
No.
You didn't review the applications?
I did review the applications, but that is not all that I've done.
What else did you do in the 15 hours that you've spent on this project?
I looked through the well files of the wells in the immediate area to see what information was available.
How many hours did you spend reviewing the applications?
Probably the majority of the 14 hours.
Okay.
But I don't have a specific number, but I could get that number for you.
More than 10?
I would say yes, probably in the 10 range.
Well, you said more than 10. Would it be 11 or 12?
We'll go with more than 10.
Okay. And then the only other time you would, well, strike that. The additional time you would have spent between 10 hours and 15 hours would have been to review some logs. Is that what you said?
No, I did not say I reviewed logs. I said I reviewed the well file on the commission website.
Okay. What are in the well files?
The well files contain the core reports and some of that type of information. They have like casing size and the drilling completion information, things like that.
Okay, would you agree with me that you really haven't reviewed enough to make any sort of recommendation to the commission whether this application should be granted or denied?
Absolutely.
Okay. No further questions.
Any questions from the staff? Mr. Broughton, any redirect?
Are you waiting for a response from me?
Sorry, no, Mr. Button, that was on me. I'm just taking a moment to review my notes to see if I have anything else to ask. Give me one moment, please. I have nothing further.
Okay, I know you said you don't expect to get through 3 witnesses, but we still have 20 minutes.
Chris isn't available, right? Yeah, I'm sorry. I had one more, but he is no longer available.
He's not available right now.
Right.
Let's go off the record for a minute. Okay, we are back on the record, and we are going to recess these hearings and resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. That concludes our hearings for the day.
Thank you, Your Honor.